Hello, Ruzeters. Hopefully my audio balance is okay. But if not, oh well. Suck it up, I guess.
Happy birthday!
Almanite, let's go. Good taste, good taste.
Happy birthday, Wilson!
Alright, give me just a second. I'm just fixing up the last few things I gotta set up for this, and then we'll be ready to rock. I think, anyway. I hope. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe not. So, how is my voice reaching you? Am I loud and clear, or am I perhaps a little choppy? Do I need to work on it a bit? One thing I need to do is fix my mic. There we go. Sounds good? Great. Okay, great, cool. Mic fixed for the most part. So let's get right into it, shall we? I love this song. This is the beginning of something really excellent. At least I think that's what it's called. I think it is a theme for Jade Harley of Homestuck. Homestuck, eh? Man, this takes me back. It's no Rex Duodecim Angelus, but it's good. Listen, who can compete with Rex Duodecim Angelus and Cascade? Let's be honest, anything that uses the leitmotifs of multiple characters goes hard. All right. So, hi everybody. Let me turn this down just a tad. Just a tad. Actually, no, that's a pretty good audio level, I guess. It feels loud in my ears, but maybe it's fine for you guys. Hi. Hi, everybody. Welcome in. Hi. Welcome. You know the deal. You know what it is. Today's the day. Today is 4/13. It's Homestuck Day, everybody. It's the big bad day. Yeah. I did, in fact, get out the gray paint. You're welcome.
Howdy, fellow game bro.
Nice try, but oh yeah, I'm a game girl. No, I always thought her song went a little harder than Game Bros. Game Bros was fine, but man, Game Girl went hard. Why is it Homestuck Day? That's a great question. Let me finish my introduction, and then I'll field some questions, and then we'll get on to talking about what stream we're going to be doing today. So, first things first. Hi, I'm Crimzon Rulez. I'm Elysium's greatest monster hunter. I'm your least favorite idol, and today I'm going to be talking about Homestuck, which is one of many reasons why you can, should, are encouraged to, and vaguely required in your contractual viewing of me to hate me. Yeah, today's Homestuck Day. It is 4/13. It is the day that John Egbert was born and Homestuck was cast into existence, though technically that's not true, because Homestuck was cast into existence a little bit before that, but then there's a hiccup in the start, and then there's a little bit of a confusing history there, but just know that Homestuck Day is kind of vaguely where Homestuck got started, right? Vaguely. It's semantics. It's John Egbert, the main character's birthday. That's what you need to know. That's the important part. Hey, why didn't my music play the next music? Where's my next music? Do I gotta fight God to get this to go? Oh, you know what probably happened? Watch this. Hold on. Hold on. Wait for it. No, wait. Whoa. Relax. I don't know if this would open all of it or not, but we're about to find out. Yeah, it did. Let's go, baby. Okay. Perfect. All of my music was not playing, but now we've got it. OBS couldn't handle it. True. Happy 413. I hope you're not staying in the bathtub. You're too late. Flapjack Jackson, thank you for the happy 413. For the sake of keeping up with things, I might not be reading as many soups and chips today. Thank you very much for the soups and chips, but I gotta keep up with Homestuck as well. That's a lot. That's a big ask. It's a big ask. All right, but thank you for 13 months, Jetson. Thank you for 9 months. Thank you for the big soup chewy nubbins. You still replay my Homestuck video from last? Really? Wow. Okay, well, get ready for a little bit of a deeper dive on trolls for this one. This is an intense song. This is Umbral Ultimatum, and god damn, it goes a little hard. It's maybe a little too chaotic for the beginning of the stream. I'm gonna skip. I'm gonna find a really chill song to chill out with to start with. Oh yeah, Doctor, perfect. It's only a whole minute, but that's all right. Would I watch a live-action adaptation of Homestuck? I would say no, but I know that I'm a weak man and that I am burning to go watch the live-action Minecraft movie. So, yes, I would. Yes, I would. I would say no, but I would go do it. You can get a happy birthday, Case Caddy. Happy birthday! Thank you for 14 months. Obvious dono of the day. Thank you, Kingdom. Yay! Happy birthday, Jetson! You got a lot of birthdays going on. What the hell? Not even one shred of regret? That's crazy. All right, so today what we're going to be doing is I'm going to talk a little bit about the trolls. I'm going to do a deep dive on the trolls. But more importantly, I'm going to talk about why I think, and this is very much conjecture, this is very much personal opinion before somebody comes in and is like, actually, I'm going to talk about why I think the trolls had such a strong impact on the internet and fan culture. Does that make sense? We're going to get a little meta. We're going to get a little deeper. We're going to talk about the trolls in universe and in that context. Then we're going to talk about why Homestuck, at least partially why Homestuck was as successful as it was. Yeah? Yeah. No problem, Vinny. You're on your way. You're on your way to converting them right now. Wait, are you trying to convert VTuber watchers to Homestucks or Homestucks to VTuber watchers? Either way, don't do that. The intersection of the two is an insufferable blob that I like to call Crimzon Rulez. It's horrible. Don't do that. Don't make those things. Don't let those two black holes collide. Dude, same keychain. Sometimes I let Homestuck music go for like, I don't know, half a year at times. And I'm like, wait, why didn't I listen to some Homestuck music? I'm like, this fucks. This slaps. Why am I not always listening to this? Okay, so Ruze explains Homestuck lore, but mostly just trolls this time. You guys ready? You guys ready for some Homestuck lore? Let's do this. Oh, also, at the end of this, we will be making fan trolls. Cool? And then you're going to post your fan trolls and maybe a little bit of lore about them on Twitter. And you're going to cringe. It's going to hurt a little bit, all right? You're going to feel pain in your heart. And in your brain, there's going to be these neurons firing that are going to say, hey, don't do that. That's on your permanent internet record. You can't erase that footprint. And I say unto thee, haha, haha, idiot. So OCs, yes, exactly. Exactly. We're going to all post OCs. So I'll draw my little shitty fan troll and I'll post it on Twitter. And then you guys can all post your fan trolls on my post. So that is mostly my internet footprint. You don't have to worry about it, but it will invariably have your username attached to it. And years from now, some of you are going to look back at this and be like, oh, that was pretty cool. Glad I did that. Some of you are going to look back at this and be like, damn, my now 10-year-old child hates me and wishes that I had never, ever been on the internet because all their friends at school make fun of them and beat them up and throw gray paint at them and say, ha ha, your dad was a Homestuck reader or whatever. And you're going to have to live with that pain. You're going to live with that burden. You're going to have to explain to that kid at some point. Cringe is cool, man. Okay? Okay. I feel like I'm 15 years old again. Perfect. Here we go. So, Ruze explains Homestuck, but mostly just the trolls this time. Boop. My mouse is there. Hey, guys, why'd you let my mouse be there? That ruins my immersion. I hate it when I see my mouse. Okay, don't worry. I fixed it. Don't worry, guys. I know you were worried. Wait a second! This lazy fuck's just using the same slides as last year. Yeah, and you're gonna have to fucking deal with it, okay? Work smarter, not farter, or whatever. If I want to use a little bit of the same slides as last year, you're gonna have to deal with it. You're gonna have to deal with it. It's okay, I have like zero awareness. Yeah, I know. I know. This is mostly a test. Okay, guys, I'll come clean. This was all a ruse. I was just testing to see if you guys actually watch my content. If you guys remember anything about what I've done. Clearly you don't. Nobody knew I was using the same slides until I called myself out. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. So you improved them even if you didn't change a single thing? Yes, I've improved them. Don't worry, here we go. All right, so, wait a sec. This lazy fuck's just using the same slides as last year. Boop. Okay, so what are trolls? I'm just gonna do a quick recap on what we talked about last year, and then we'll, dive a little bit deeper and we'll get going in, okay? Okay, just real fast, I'm gonna run you down through the list of what we've got going on here. So they're silly little guys, right? These are just silly little guys. Little guys, no big deals. They've got horns, you can see. That's probably their most noticeable trait off the bat is their candy-colored horns. People say they look like candy corn, and they're right. Otherwise, these would probably just be fucked up, funky little, like, gray elves. And that's not quite what trolls are. That's not quite what trolls are. It's close! It's not quite what they are. Can't prove improvement on perfection? I don't know about that, Diana. You could improve. They've got a lucis. What's a lucis? They have committed many crimes. You're right, Moray. We'll talk about that in a minute. I'll tell you in a bit, Savin, what the answer to that is, but the answer is both and neither. So a lucis is something all trolls have, and a lucis is a sort of albino creature that adopts these little trolls when they are babies. They find them in the brooding caverns, or breeding caverns, whatever you want to call them. I know that sounds bad. Give me a second, I'll explain. And that's where they pick them up, and then they go and raise them, right? Yeah, I know, Schlin. You'll understand why it's called that in a second. All right, they have a hemospectrum. That means they have a spectrum of blood colors that dictates their caste system and their society. That's why they have those little symbols on their shirts. A lot of people are probably like, what are the symbols about? Why do they have zodiac symbols? I'll explain. But the point is, all of them have different blood colors, and that determines how important you are on a societal scale, right? Right. So red being the lowest, and then purple being the highest. Purple, of course, being this one over... Hold on, let me get out of the way of that one. Purple being that one over there, right? Right. Okay. It's like a fuchsia, really. Fuchsia's technically the highest, but there's only ever one fuchsia at a time, so don't worry about it. It's called the brooding caverns, not the breeding caverns. Relax, but I'll explain what that is in a second. They've got typing quirks. That means they type funny. I'm sure you've seen it on the internet. I'm sure you've dealt with some insufferable Homestuck fan who insisted on having their own special little typing quirk. And that's cool. Don't take your roleplay outside of your roleplay spaces, please. You're going to freak somebody out. Okay? Okay. So if somebody's ever typed at you with like leet speak or fucking 2s instead of S's and double I's, they were probably a Homestuck. All right, moving on. They're kind of bugs. So this is what I meant when I said the brooding caverns. All trolls are born as grubs, which are these weird sort of like wormy caterpillar things with vaguely humanoid faces and little horns, little baby horns on them, right? They're all born from the big grub mother, the ultimate like super brood mother of all trolls. And they're all born in the same caverns where they're attended to by some adult trolls, specifically jade-blooded trolls, which is like this one right here that I'm bumping with my horn on my left over here. Well, my right, your left. So that blood caste is responsible for taking care of the baby trolls, right? That is their entire blood caste job. That is all they do. They stay in the caverns. They take care of the baby trolls. Then eventually those baby trolls go through trials where they kill and or eat each other, and the strongest are picked out by those big monster albino creatures I was talking about called lucis, okay? And then they are vaguely sort of raised by these monsters. Okay. They have quadrants. That is a quadratic romance system. I will explain that later. Don't worry about it right now, all right? Don't worry about it. I know you're getting overwhelmed already. I sense it. I sense it in my heart. You're thinking, what the hell is going on? What's he saying? He's saying a lot of words to me. This is super confusing. This is a lot to take in all at once. I know. Don't panic, all right? This is World Building 101. Don't freak out. All right, so they have a quadratic romance system. I will explain later what that means. It's not important yet, but it is important to their overall success as a fan species. Lastly, you need to know that they have drones on their planet. These are super-powered mechas that are meant to keep a totalitarian regime in order on that planet without actually having to be on that planet. They are constantly at galactic war. This is not as important to the webcomic in the main story. It is important to trolls as a culture. No adult lives on their home planet. There is not a single adult on that planet because they were all illegally banned from the planet a long time ago. As soon as you hit of age, you have to go out into space and perpetuate galactic colonialization and eradication of anything that is not a troll. They are a hyper-warlike species. They have an immortal empress who's been alive since, like BC type shit, right? Like, before Troll Jesus was alive, this empress was alive. These fuchsia bloods, you know, this little innocent-looking baby over here, they live for, like, hundreds of thousands of years. That is their natural blood, living time. That is why they are so much higher on the cast, because they are stronger, they live longer, and they can enact, like, century-spanning plans and keep their power in place that whole time. So anyway, their previous empress, who's been around since before modern times, banned all adults from the planet because there was a big coup that almost overthrew her. And she's like, the way to stop this is to make sure that I destabilize any sort of localized power structure. There you go. Dante, thanks for being a Ruze. Troll-related donation time, it's appropriate. Thank you, Kingdom. All right, there is also a Troll Mary. There is a Troll Jesus, there is a Troll Mary, and I'll explain why later. Don't worry too much about that. Let's keep it moving. Listen, I've been on this slide for too long. I gave myself roughly 2 minutes per slide. It is already way past that time. Here I go! Oh, you're going to understand in a second, Dante. Don't you worry. All right, let's talk a little bit about the Hemo spectrum. You go all the way from Rust up to Fuchsia. Rust is the lowest. Those trolls live for a very short amount of time, maybe shorter than humans. It's not very well explained. The further up the list you go, the longer they live, and typically the more physically powerful they are. But that does change depending on very specific things. Really, what you got to understand about this blood structure is that the lower on the spectrum you are, the less important you are in society and the more you're treated like dirt or objects. The higher you are, the more you are treated like nobility or something above mortal, essentially, right? You would do that, Woolsey. You know what? Now's the perfect time to bring back your hazmat troll. Thank you for the suit. All right. I will talk about Karkat in a second, but the point here is that there is typically like 12 blood types, but really there's only 11 because line bloods don't exist anymore. They were mostly eradicated and are considered a mutant blood type. They're mostly gone. All right, so Rust bloods don't live very long. Oh, one more thing. Sorry about Hemo spectrum. I should have said this beforehand, but I got off on a tangent. The lower down the spectrum you are, the less physically powerful you are, but the more likely you are to have weird superpowers, typically psychic powers, right? So, like, for example, our main Rust blood in the setting her name is Aradia. She can speak with the dead. Wow, cool. She's also vaguely telekinetic. She can move things with her mind, sorry. Our main Bronze blood can talk to animals and understand animals. Our Gold blood can shoot optic lasers out of his eyeballs and is probably the most powerful psionic known to all of trolldom, no matter what. Think if Cyclops and Jean Grey from X-Men had a baby, that's him. Lime bloods don't seem to have any cool powers. Olive bloods tend to be very fast and agile and kind of animalistic. Jade bloods are special. I'll talk about them later. They're the ones who take care of the babies. Teal bloods are right down the middle of the spectrum. They're physically powerful to a degree, not nearly as strong as higher up, but they typically don't have any cool psychic powers. They are, however, devilishly intelligent and tend to be very good at working within systems and understanding how to manipulate people. Right. Okay, kobolds are a little weird, or ceruleans, depending on how you want to call them. They are highly prone to psychic powers for some fucking reason, in weird mutations, but they're also relatively strong themselves. Don't know what that's about. I don't know. Indigo bloods are just strong, typically. There is one freak version of them, the main Indigo blood from the series, who is so strong, he's basically Superman and cannot even gently touch things without breaking them. Uh-oh. Purple Bloods are evil, fucked up clowns. They're like if you took the insane clown posse and made an actual cult around them and then gave everybody in it like berserker super strength. And then also made them very murderous and bad. And then lastly, we've got Violet Bloods. Those guys live under the ocean. They have fins instead of ears. They tend to all be super on their high horse and douchebags. They see themselves as nobility, but they're petty nobles for the most part. Lastly is Fuchsia Bloods. I already explained their whole deal. They live forever. There's only ever one every couple thousand years. And typically the Empress, who's been alive since time immemorial, kills them before they can come of age to make sure that she has nobody to challenge her. Okay? Okay, cool. Hi, Seahorse, thank you very much. Whoa. Where do Crusaders fall? I'll explain in a minute. That's kind of cool. What the fuck? Yeah, it gets deeper. Trust me, if you like world building, there's a lot more than just internet memes behind this, and I will explain where the cross-section lies and why I have such a keen interest in trolls as a species. Someone's mowing outside, and it's very loud. Terrible timing. That's okay. The only thing I know about Homestuck is the Sharpie bath incident. You'll understand soon. You'll understand soon. What ego type do I use? I don't even know what that means. Yeah. The story was a wee bit messy, but I'll keep explaining. Downright banger music. Yeah, this one's called Even in Death. It's from Homestuck Volume 7 and 8. All right, so let's explain the troll lifecycle real quick. This is important to understanding trolls as a whole. They start out with their brood mother, like troll grub queen. That's that weird thing in the back with the face with the horns and the big sort of like bug body. So basically the way that works is that all trolls donate their genetic material. Take with that what you will. Don't be gross about it. Bugs are bugs, I guess. And then that is then carried to the brooding caverns where this queen uses it to make troll babies. Those troll babies then all attack and or eat each other and barely survive in these caverns. The strongest ones emerge and are eventually adopted by these giant albino creatures known as Lucis. Lucis are kind of like earth creatures, but not really. They're like fucked up parodies of earth creatures, like two-mouthed giant saber-toothed cats, or like weird kaiju half crab, half men, or, you know, biclops, which are kind of like a cyclops, but they got two heads and each of them has a laser beam eye. I don't know. Anyway, moving on. Oh, that's possible, Tez time. Who knows? Now the bucket makes sense. Yes. So, okay, I'll get this out of the way. Let's all be adults here. Get this out of the way now. If you've heard the bucket meme from Homestuck, the bucket meme is a joke specifically about the troll species, finding buckets to be an inappropriate, it was a ha-ha-hee, right? It was like a one-off joke that was written by the author as a, haha, buckets are lewd and gross. Why do you have those laying around? And that is because in troll world building, trolls use buckets for donating to the fucking, like, brooding caverns or whatever. The adult trolls send that to the brooding caverns. So it's that's a ha-ha-hee-hee. Anyway, yeah, that's very funny. Buckets are lewd. Got it. But now you understand the bucket joke. People took it way too far, as expected, because unfortunately a bunch of kids were reading Homestuck, and that's not like, that's whatever. It is a medium that is targeted towards lots of people, and obviously kids like comics. I get that. But kids take jokes too far, and they did, and they took it to conventions and public spaces and were weird about it. And much like with using a typing quirk in public spaces and being weird about it when no one asked for that, taking your dumb, goofy fucking Homestuck jokes about buckets and bringing those to public spaces, not cool, man. Super weird. Super creepy. Yeah, we don't talk about those guys. When people hear about Homestuck, they tend to think about that part of the fan base. And that was a very minuscule part of the fan base, but a very loud one, unfortunately. So it did tarnish a lot of the genuinely beautiful story and world building of Homestuck. But let's keep it moving. God, that was so embarrassing. Yeah, and somebody here might have been that person. And I get it, dude. You were either like a young adult or a kid, and you were super excited about your fan base. You were in the moment. You were having fun. Just in the future, you know, think about how you're affecting the people around you. Don't do that. My skin is crawling, yo. Yeah. Be honest, Ruze, you were part of those people. So fun fact, no, actually, I never got to go to any conventions during Homestuck's height. I was locked in my basement, my mother's basement the whole time. No, I was, I had never been to a convention during Homestuck's height. I never actually met those types of fans. That's because they were surprisingly rare, but when they did exist, oh boy, did they spawn some horror stories, baby. Is the broodmother also the empress? So good question. The answer is no. I will explain when let me get a little further into the troll life cycle. So anyway, broodmother has troll babies. They come out as these little grubs up here at the top, right? The cute little buggers, I guess. The babies go through the trials in the caverns. If they survive, they are adopted by Elusis. Then they become young troll children, which are on the left over there. They eventually grow a more humanoid body plan after, I assume, a metamorphosis period. They are theoretically still chitinous. I don't know how that works exactly. I assume it's a sort of pliable, leathery chitin because they have movable faces. And as young adults, they try to figure out their place in troll society. Since all adults are banned from their planet, they no longer have any sort of like guidance or structure to teach them how to behave. So for the most part, they just are left to their own devices to figure it out until the adults come, take them off planet and away from their adoptive like animal parents and conscript them into a billion-year spanning, infinite planet distance galactic war, right? Right. So as you can imagine, this creates some fucked up citizens who do not understand how to be adults or how to exist because they live in a genocidal race of maniacs who are led by an immortal empress who wants them to all be tools for conquest. Okay? Okay. It's like really bad Neverland. Though Neverland was pretty bad in the original novels too. Last but not least, let's talk a little bit about troll adults. This is important, not necessarily to the story because Homestuck is fundamentally a story about growing up, so it is fundamentally a story not about adults, but it is a story about children who are affected by the sins of the past and by, you know, generational trauma in many ways. So, troll adults, they don't exist in Homestuck's canon currently on planet because they're all currently fighting a war, but the picture you're seeing here are the ancestors from the first rebellion. There were two major rebellions against troll society and the current empress. This one was from the times of Troll Jesus, that really pissed off looking one in the cloak. That's Troll Jesus. I know he doesn't look like it, but I promise that's who he is. Once trolls are adults, they hit their full stride of super strength or superpowers and are typically put into combat roles in some way or another. It was not always this way. There was a time when they were allowed to live on their planet, but yeah, as I explained previously, they are no longer allowed to do that. So if you come of age, you are immediately shipped off planet and sent to war. That's what you need to know about troll adults. And then theoretically, you get old and die, but most trolls never get old. They usually die in combat at some point, either against other trolls or other species. Okay. War against what? Literally everything. It is implied that trolls have killed every other species they have ever met, no matter what, and just conquered their planets. Sometimes it's not even about conquering planets. It's just about making sure everything else is dead. They're Viltrumites. Yes, they were Viltrumites before the Viltrumites, sort of. Minus the whole, like, benevolent empire of adopted species thing. Viltrumites are bad, right? They're bad. But at least they kind of vaguely want to do something, establish some order. Trolls just want to kill you. If they find you, they want to kill you, for the most part. Trolls are so... Okay, let me give you a little insight into how brutal troll culture is. If you are anything... Let me scoot up here. Oh, sorry. Let me go back. If you are anything lower than, like, let's say, Cobalt on this list, you are not only killable legally, it is encouraged. Like, there is something called, grub sauce? That is made of baby trolls. The reason trolls use rainbow-colored, like, sauce on their sandwiches and burgers is because grubs, baby trolls, die at such a rapid pace that their, like, remains are used to fuel troll food economy as well. It is just casually used as an ingredient in food. That's how violent troll culture is. They do not give a single fuck. If you are anything below probably olive, you are dirt beneath their feet. There is no legal reason not to kill you. You are alive by the grace of your superiors and staying the fuck out of the way, keeping your head down. If you are anything from like olive to cobalt. It's still not technically illegal to kill you for anybody higher than that. But there might be a few more problems. You know, you might have like some annoying legal issues and go to some like pseudo troll court. It probably won't hold up, but you know, you get it. Obviously killing purple and violet bloods is super big no-no. That's a no-no. Indigo is kind of in a blue area. Hard to say. Warhammer 40k insanity levels? Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. Did this just get louder? It feels a little louder. I'm gonna tone it down just a tad, just for my own ears. It is a sprawling mess, Tilt. Homestuck is an incredibly ambitious story. It is an incredibly good isekai. I know you're wondering how it's an isekai. I'm not going to explain that right now. If that piqued your interest, go read Homestuck. It starts slow, gets really good. Personally, I like the early chapters because it's mostly like video game and coding jokes, but it gets in a very meaty story very quickly. It has a lot of problems, a lot of flaws. It had a flawed storyteller, but who isn't? So it's also very good. Okay, so let's talk about troll romance. Yeah, you knew this was coming, etc., etc. How do I explain this quickly and efficiently? Because I need to blaze through this real quick. Troll romance is a quadratic romance system. So humans typically have one type of romance. We would fit very neatly up into the top left. There's conciliatory, which is on the right. There's concupiscent, which is on the left. There's red romance and black romance. They represent it through suits of a card. So basically, top left is love. That is traditional romantic love. You were used to it. You know it. You love it. That's the kind of thing where you are in a healthy relationship. You probably care about each other deeply in an emotional and genuine way and want to see each other succeed. Top right is more allegiance, I believe it is called. And that is kind of like your bestie, but like better than your bestie. I'm talking like that's the type of bestie where people are like, but they're dating, right? But you're not. But people are like, but they're dating, right? And you're like, no. That's just my best homie forever, and I want the best for them, and I want them to like be strong and happy and everything to go right for them no matter what. I think they're the coolest person I've ever met in my life, right? Super platonic dating, basically. Bottom left is kind of like romantic, but it's upside down. You're still fucking, but you hate each other. You hate each other's guts. It's very much like I don't know, like when a really hot villain and a really hot hero meet each other and they're like, man, we're both really hot, but we still hate each other on a fundamental level. We're not gonna kill each other, but we're gonna come close, and then we're probably gonna smooch like a lot. It's not enemies to lovers. Well, sort of, but sort of. Anyway, it's a typically very volatile romantic structure, but it's considered important to troll growth that does exist. It is still, none of these are more important than the others, right? Like, that is to say, if you are a fully realized, romantically stable troll in this culture, all of these are important to you. You will typically have different partners in each of these categories, and that is not abnormal. And this is another reason trolls were so successful as a species, because they had a very unique, weird romantic structure that made them feel genuinely different to humans in a lot of ways. Yeah, enemies to benefits rather than enemies to lovers, right? So anyway, it's called black rom or black romance, and typically it manifests in its healthiest form. It is an extreme rivalry between two almost equally powerful people who hate each other but push each other to greater heights. And also sometimes make love. But basically, it's important to troll culture that you have this because it makes you stronger in their minds. And then last but not least, we've, of course, got the clubs down here. This one's really weird. It's the hardest to wrap your head around. But basically, it's reliant on explaining the one to the left first, right? So if spades is black rom, clubs is making sure that stays in line. I believe this is called an auspicious. So if two people are about to get into a spades romance, but they're really bad for each other, and you recognize that either they don't really hate each other enough to make it work, or they hate each other so much that they're not healthy anymore, they just want to kill each other outright, and there's no growth to be had there, a third party will step in and mediate to make sure they don't get into a black romance. That would be unhealthy. So an auspicious is kind of like the person who steps in. It's a three-way relationship where two people really want to hate each other, and a third kind of does a culturally relevant cock block to make sure they don't kill each other. It is the relationship cock blocker. It's like when you have a roommate who kind of shows up at the last second right before you're about to get into a heated murder moment or romantic moment with somebody who's really bad for you that is also your roommate. There is no leprechaun romance segment. I'm so sorry, Clark. I'm so sorry. Homestuck tax, thank you. Okay, so you understand troll romance now, for the most part. It gets deeper than that, gets more complex than that. I'm not gonna go crazy. Don't text your ex, exactly. Oh, right, sorry. And while it is culturally appropriate and relevant to have partners in all of these categories, typically you do not want partners overlapping categories. That is considered very taboo, very strange. And also, for most trolls, cheating is still a concept in troll society, but specifically for whatever quadrant you fill, right? So, like, if you're already in a red relationship with somebody, like a romantic relationship, you probably should not be with somebody else. However, if you're in a romantic relationship with somebody, they should not be your Moirail, right? Like, you would assume, oh, but diamonds and hearts, that could be the same person, right? No, that is considered weird. It happens, but it's weird. So they're a math problem. Yes, trolls are a math problem. Do trolls have gender? I don't think trolls have a concept of LGBTQ+. Like, it's just trolls consider that, like, exceptionally weird that humans have that, that dichotomy, I guess, that sort of, like, separation. However, it does seem that trolls have some sort of gender standard because they do have words for boy and girl, and they clearly have slightly different biology between them, but it is unclear what that entails, and personally, I don't care and I don't want to explore that. As far as I know, they're just trolls. Some of them have different body plans than others, so theoretically they have male-female representatives, but that is completely irrelevant to their romantic structure, so shrug. Hell yeah, let's go, lazy egg. The world's so interesting, what the fuck? Hell yeah, Reginald. It gets deeper. Gender roles are not like a thing societally, though. No. Gender roles are not a thing societally. They've had a matriarchy for a very long time, assuming that the Condess, who is their empress, is femme presenting, but it doesn't seem like that has any impact on their culture in any relevant way. They do not give a fuck about gender. They give a fuck about your blood type. That is what determines how important you are. 100%. That's crazy, Dante. Happy fucking birthday. Happy Homestuck Day for you. All right, moving on. All right. There's a lot. This slide was not here last year, so I'm going to get the hell out of the way. There's a lot of trolls. There's like a lot of trolls. If you thought it ended at these little goobers, at these little goobers right here, it doesn't. These are just the main trolls from the main story. There's 12 more of these trolls in the main story. Their ancestors show up in the story, and then in Hive Swap Print Sim, you get like 72 more trolls, all right? I know there's not 72 on the screen, just trust me. There's a lot of trolls, all right? Now, this is, to be fair, a post-canon game. It does not technically influence the lore in the main story in any way, but I'm just letting you know, trolls come in a lot of flavors. All of these trolls do fall within the regular Hemo spectrum, but you can see how different they can be, right? Right. I need to finish Friend Sim. I forgot to do that. Or no, Pester Quest, not Friend Sim. I beat Friend Sim, just not on stream. I see an upper rank demon. What you see there is technically one of the clown cultist purple blood trolls. Her name is Chahut, I believe. They are just about of age and about to be sent out to their galactic super war. You can tell typically with purple bloods when they're about to become of age because they get those really scary red eyes and are prone to berserk rages and killing everybody around them. And then using their blood as spray paint, which is why her pants are stained. The clown cult really likes painting things. And they worship a fucked up alien version of the insane clown posse. And they typically use other trolls' bloods as paint. So, yeah. The one with the really long horns. Yeah, she's cool. Is there a troll version of Ghost? I'm sure there is. They're probably like some sort of minor saint in their weird religion. Yeah, leprechauns are next year, guys. Don't worry. I fuck with that heavy. Good, you're gonna love this. There's actually an interesting example of a purple blood down there at the bottom. His name is Marvis. He's a really chill purple blood, and I'll explain why he's important in a second. But to do that, I'm gonna have to explain S-Scrub to you. So give me a second, okay? Also, he's a little bit of a he's a little bit of a weirdo, a little bit of a freak. The author of his segment, which was not the author of Homestuck, might have been sliding in a little bit of fetish shit in there. So take that with a grain of salt. If you play Pester Quest or Friendsim or whatever, please be careful. Make sure you check the warnings and tags before you go down any of these routes, because there's some weird shit in there sometimes, man. There were multiple authors for that, and I'm not saying the author did a bad job. In case you're in, like, hanging out or you ever watch this stream, sure, whatever. There's just, you were towing the fucking line on some of that shit you were writing, brother. Okay. Anyway, so aliens. Who cares? Also, art by Hikaru. Here, I'll show you. Who's that little guy? Don't worry about it. All right. Aliens. Who cares? This is why, this is a new slide. You're welcome. New slide. Yeah, you didn't see that coming, did you? Yeah, you thought, you said to yourself, I got this Ruze guy all figured out. It's all the same old slide. Wrong! Wrong! Sometimes I'll slide new ones in there. Didn't expect that, did you? All right. So, aliens. Who cares? Why is this important? Why does it matter that these, okay, so there's a goofy parody alien race in Homestuck. Why were they important? Why was Homestuck so successful? I think Trolls had a huge impact on Homestuck and why it was so successful. It started out as another sort of like video game / coding comedy by Andrew Hussey, and then they introduced the Trolls as another part of that comedy, but it very rapidly turned the entire narrative towards a coming-of-age story that was less about video game jokes and more about how hard it is to grow up, how hard it is to change, and what it means to, like, hopefully grow as a person, right? This song is called Crystal Methequins, which I think is supposed to be like mannequins or harlequins, but also the word crystal meth together. So Crystal Methequins. You're welcome. Growing up is hard and nobody understands. That is a recurring line and a recurring theme in Homestuck. It is first delivered by a cool character and then delivered by a very lame character, but it stands on either side. What hemo spectrum is Ruze here? I do believe that is a teal blood, middle of the pack, represented by the Libra zodiac sign on our main teal blood, but technically, Trolls have a lot of different zodiac signs depending on who you are. You can see a lot of different sort of expanded zodiac signs here on these characters. You'll see it on their shirts. For example, on the far left over there with the little mohawk and the shaved head and the nose piercing, that is very clearly a Virgo, but the sign has been manipulated in some way. So I'll explain zodiac signs to you very briefly. The reason the human universe has the zodiac is it is a holdover from Trolls' influence on our universe. Since these 12 trolls from the main story are the ones that survived and created our reality, their symbols bled through as important symbolism to our universe. Okay? None of these trolls survived. So none of their symbols mean anything or are important in any way, but just know that when you make your own troll, you can make your own symbol for them. That can be based off of a main zodiac, but you make your own. Okay, now moving on. Damn, they all died? They all died. Only 12 trolls are left. Oh, shit, did I not? I'll explain that when I explain the game, but let's talk about trolls a little bit and why they were important. 5 big booms for the troll species since they're extinct. 5 big booms. Boom. 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 That's 3 big booms for the troll species. Anyway, so trolls are important because they started as a shallow tool for the narrative. The reason they are called trolls is because Andrew Hussey initially adapted them to be parodies of different types of internet trolls. Trolls being like assholes on the internet who use anonymity to be dicks. In case you don't know what the word troll means for some fucking reason. I know it's a boomer word. You'll be okay. That's from my era. But they eventually got actually flushed out a little bit. The concept was originally very much a parody of humanity, but it was flushed out. So every time something new is revealed about the trolls in the webcomic, it is usually in service to some joke, right? Like, trolls start out as a, like, just text on the main character's screen making fun of him. And then eventually they're like, we're gray aliens with funky horns. So he's like, oh, like the movie Trolls. The old VHS, like, 80s, wait, is it 80s or 90s? I don't know. It's an old movie. I never watched it. He's like, oh, it's like the movie Trolls. And then they're like, yeah, like that, which is why they have gray skin and weird horns, I guess. And then eventually they're like, yeah, we have Troll Will Smith and Troll John Cena. So they have human characters, but they just put Troll in front of their name, and that makes it exist in their universe. Because they are meant to be a joke and a parody at first. They eventually get flushed out into a full-fledged species. But I think that, from my interpretation, the author meant them to be a joke, and then was like, wait a minute, never mind. There is, canonically, Troll Will Smith. There is Troll Nicolas Cage. Yes, all of those things are real. Does that mean troll VTubers exist? Almost certainly, yes. Let's not forget that one of the ancestors is heavily based off of Rufio from Hook. That is another joke. Okay, so here's the reality of trolls and Homestuck as a narrative. The author, Andrew Hussey, they had a habit of writing checks and then realizing they had to cash them. They would write a comedic check and then have to cash it into the narrative, right? One of the main characters from Homestuck, his name is Tavros Nitram, or Nitram. He is the one up there, the bronze blood, the second one, right, with the big bull horns. He has an imaginary best friend named Rufio, who is very much just the character Rufio from the movie Hook, except he's a troll. It was originally just imaginary best friend, and then eventually the author, Hussey, decided to canonize that as a real actor and character from a real troll movie. And then, in an act of, I don't know if it was spite or just doubling down on comedy or callback humor, decided that Tavros's ancestor was actually named Rufio and was actually a badass who started a real revolution trying to overthrow their evil, immortal dictator. I don't know. He had the whole triple red mohawk and everything. Anyway, yeah, Hussey writes a lot of comedic checks and then has to cash in on them later in the story. Dante Basco is with it too. It's true. Dante Basco, the person who voices Prince Zuko in Avatar, the person who played Rufio in the movie Hook as a child, is in fact aware of Homestuck and likes Homestuck and has cosplayed as the character Troll Rufio. Anyway, moving on. So yeah, the concept was originally very much a parody of humanity. It was eventually flushed out. It is an easy system for categorization along with interesting class power structures. Why is this important? I don't know. Have you guys ever heard of a little story? There's a couple little stories I would like to bring to your attention real quick. Have you guys ever heard of Avatar: The Last Airbender? Anybody? Maybe a show of hands? Have you heard of Homestuck? Show of hands? Have you heard of Harry Potter? Have you heard of Game of Thrones? What is the common thread between all of these things? Why are these such insanely powerful and strong fandoms? The tying thread behind all of these things is that there is an easy, personality-driven categorization system, right? Which is to say, in Harry Potter, you have your 4 houses. In Avatar, you have the 4 elements. In Homestuck, you have the 12 hemospectrums. You have the 12 classes. You have the 12 aspects. All of these are important because it gives humans a system to categorize themselves, and humans fucking love categorizing things. It's one of their favorite things to do. I get it. I love it too. Nerds like charts, all right? That's why people are always like, oh, this is my Harry Potter house. Or actually, in Game of Thrones, I would be part of the Lancasters because reasons. You know what I mean? Like everybody wants to have their like noble houses and their fucking noble slogans or whatever. The reason I think Homestuck was so successful is because it gives you a way to self-insert into the narrative, but still feel like you're not intruding upon the narrative, right? So in something like The Witcher, it is hard to make an OC. You could make a Witcher OC, but you feel kind of like you're making a Mary Sue no matter what you do. In something like Homestuck, it is implied and encouraged to make a version of yourself that exists in that universe, and it is ripe with easy clarification and classification of characters if you want to make pure new OCs that have nothing to do with you, because you have a lot of tools, you have a lot of gears to turn, right? To kind of explain who that character is and how they fit into that universe. It's very nice. There are different Witcher schools. Okay, fair. Sorry, I was throwing some random. Oh yeah, actually, Space Marine Legion is exactly Axelhead. You would not think that there is a heavy intersection of things like Warhammer 40k and Homestuck, but believe it or not, those two things are not very far off. I believe there's a couple 40k jokes in Homestuck. Space Marine Legions is a great example of self-inserts and classification systems being very easy and encouraged within your universe. Right? So Warhammer 40k, while on the surface it seems like some big macho kill fest, and it is that, it is also a creative enterprise to find a way to create new, interesting, like, sort of cultures or societies or warlike groups, let's say, in multiple different factions, but especially amongst the Space Marines, which is why you get so many OC Space Marine factions. Does Homestuck have a version of Tyranids? Closest you're going to get is Trolls. Probably. I feel like Witcher's a bad example compared to something like Mouthwashing, something with a finite amount of characters. Okay, but here's the thing. Yes and no. The Witcher is largely about Geralt of Rivia, and me personally, that's where I draw the line, right? Like in a story like that where it's about one important major character for the most part, it is not a universe I would typically want to self-insert onto or make OCs in, right? Where something like Mouthwashing, that just inherently does not invite OCs in any way, because it's, from what I understand, I haven't played it, just the real world, but in the far future. Like, okay, yeah, you could make an OC, but why that instead of some other setting? That is almost not even a setting worth making an OC for. True, Honkai Star Rail, that's a good one. That's definitely a good one. That's a good system. A Genshin Impact, because they have their elemental classifications, and they have their unique individual cultures and societies. So that's pretty good. Yeah. It's kind of like an RPG. It's why things like D&D, Mass Effect, Cyberpunk, those things are popular, because you can categorize yourself in a really easy way. And there's labels to put on yourself, but a lot of gears to turn to make sure you stay unique and your OCs stay unique in that setting, if you want them to be. All right, anyway, what else is important about trolls? Why were they interesting? Class structure. This is bad in the real world. This is a bad thing. A class structure is a bad thing in the real world, but it does create conflict, and conflict creates interesting narratives. There is built-in conflict in troll culture, and we'll talk about that a little bit more the further we get into this discussion. I know this is basically a class I'm giving you. You're going to have to deal with it. But the class structure, I think, was very influential to why they were so successful as a concept. Next point. They got fun superpowers. They can basically do anything you can think of. I'm not fucking around. Like the guy over here on the left, he's a Dragon Ball Z Super Saiyan. That is not a joke. That is basically what he does. He flies around, he laser beam eyes people, he has a power scanner. He just wants to be the strongest. He participates in a troll child like Hunger Games death game because he thinks it's funny, along with his partner in crime and best buddy, sort of, the olive blood up there, right underneath Hot Dog Boy, who just pummels the shit out of people and kills them with her bare hands and or claws, because she can. Okay? These trolls got some weird superpowers, some of them. The guy up here can interface with machines. There's a guy up there that's telepathic. Some of them can talk to the dead. Some of them can talk to animals. Some of them can hear the voices of the soon-to-be dead. One of our main characters, Solix Captor, our main yellow blood up there with the weird 3D glasses, he can hear the voices of the soon-to-be dead. He is rife with superpowers. He has laser eyes, telekinesis. He can fly. He knows when people are going to die because he can hear their souls crying out before they die. He's also got a lot of problems because of that, but we'll talk about it later. Anyway, trolls have fun superpowers, so it's fun to make trolls, because you can just kind of do whatever you want with them. Some of them have super strength. Some of them have, like, hyper-regenerating factors. Some of them have, like, an unstoppable Hulk-like rage that does not change their bodies necessarily, but gives them functional immortality and super strength when they're mad. It kind of just runs the X-Men gambit, right? Right. It's the same reason X-Men are fun to make or play around with. Does he have a hard time controlling those powers? Sort of. Hard to explain. Some of them can just straight up mind control you. Yeah. Yeah, you want to hear some troll drama? Never mind, I don't want to spoil troll narrative for you. I'm not going to give you the troll drama. So why are trolls in war? Because their immortal empress is a fucked up evil person who thinks it's funny to go around and subjugate every other race she finds and kill them and make sure that she conquers them. There is no reason for them to be in war other than their immortal empress is a bad person. That's what it boils down to. One bad person who has controlled the narrative of their entire species since prehistoric times because she's been alive for that long and has just killed anybody that could have succeeded her. That's it. And she just kind of made sure everything else turned out fucked up. She has done everything in her power to make sure that everything stays fucked up so that they stay destabilized as a culture and turn back to her for any guidance. Okay, now, why else were trolls successful? Because they ask questions most aliens or races from fantasy or sci-fi settings do not ask about romance, reproduction, their mentality as a species, etc. Trolls are not a lazy elf import. They were originally a lazy joke about, like, internet culture and humanity that were flushed out into really interesting things. But it is an example of how a joke can be flushed out into something really interesting, right? Like, the idea of troll romance being very complex was probably something Hussey wrote as a ha-ha hee-hee. I need to find a reason to use the card suits because it relates to the Midnight Crew, which is a reference to my previous webcomic, but eventually became a very interesting romance structure that makes them inherently and fundamentally alien to the human perception of romance. And that's cool. That makes them more complex than, like, dwarves who have a traditional hetero-romantic, like, family structure, or elves who have a traditional hetero-romantic family structure, or kobolds, or lizardmen, or whatever. Because they have a different concept of what romance means, that is completely divorced from the human concept of romance, it makes them feel more alien. And that's cool. That's interesting. Agreed, Shirano. Or Shirona. God damn it, I called you Shirona. Shirano. I got your vowels mixed up. Romance is the fastest way to get people emotionally invested. I agree. Obviously, reproduction for the trolls is weird, and that's typically a pain point for a lot of people. It's what makes it hard to approach, and I don't blame you for that. However, it is interesting to try and think. Somebody's tried to design, like, bug fantasy races, especially if you have, like, an ant colony structure and not, like, individual pairings. It makes it really weird to think about parenthood and how a culture would view like the parent-child dynamic if you were inherently divorced from the personalization of your child, if that makes sense. If the parents themselves do not birth the child or raise the child, how does that change the way you view parental structures? And we'll talk a little bit more about that as we go further on. Don't worry. It's true. It does quadruple your shipping capabilities, and fans go hard on shipping. That's true. As somebody who does not care that much about shipping and never really partook in it, sorry guys, I know I'm the lamest Homestuck that ever lived, whatever. I didn't care that much about it, but I understand why it was important. And I do think it's interesting from, like, from an outside looking in perspective. I think it's kind of cool. It's true. It did keep me sane. Sane. Okay, so another thing that's important about trolls and made them very successful is that they are technically all canon and very, very dead. At some point, the author, Andrew Hussey, came out and just outright was like, yeah, any character you've ever designed for Homestuck is canonical. Also, they're all dead. Which is fine. That's funny. I think that's, it was probably a joke that Hussey later had to cash. Unfortunately, Hussey also said, any theory you have about Homestuck is canon. And while there are infinite realities, and Homestuck plays around a lot with the idea of timelines, and different realities, and different dimensions, it did give people a weird possessiveness of Homestuck. It's funny, the duality of that, right? So, like, Andrew Hussey, they said outright, any canon you have is, or any headcanon you have is canonical. And that was meant to be, I think, a very freeing thing. Like, yeah, whatever you want. Your fan theories are all fine. Have fun. Whatever makes you comfortable. It became very possessive very quick, where people were like, actually, no. Hussy said, my headcanon's canon, and it is canon. So if you don't agree with that, you're the devil. And it's like, okay, let's relax a little bit. Everybody chill. Like, it's okay, guys. It was just meant to open up the floodgates for everybody to have their own fucking space to think what they think. But obviously, people are just going to be weird about it and always take it too far. But it is what it is. When freedom becomes restrictive, true. People could not behave, exactly. And you should never trust the internet as a mass medium to behave. That was a mistake, probably. So here's how I view this. I view this very much through the lens of the author was saying, hey, like, think what you want. Fan theories are fun. Like, do whatever you want with, like, your own mentality of the narrative structure, the characters in it, and make your own characters. And if you like thinking of the canon characters a specific way or in specific relationships or whatever, have a blast. But me personally, I view the canon as written because I like it as a story and I want to respect the author's vision for it. Even if there's parts of it I don't like or don't personally think were good notes, narratively. That's okay, though. Okay, importantly, they're still very human looking. This is important. If you were ever designing a fantasy species, one of the main things I would urge you to think about if you were specifically designing a species you want to be very popular or to pop off or to be played a lot in a TTRPG or RPG system is make them human enough to imprint upon. Trolls, while they are very interesting mechanically, you'll notice are just gray elves with funny horns. They are just drow with funny horns. They are still very traditionally attractive, theoretically. I know they're drawn in a funny way, but they are typically by fan artists drawn as very traditionally attractive humanoid creatures with a humanoid body plan that are easy to imagine yourself as or imagine romancing. That is important because, yes, tieflings are just new trolls. You're right, Grim Tuesday. I will always stand by tieflings are just Homestuck trolls. That is why tieflings have exploded in popularity. It is why elves have always been popular. They're just humans with pointy ears, but prettier. Tieflings are just humans with pointy ears and horns, but prettier. Most people, when they make tieflings, do not take into account or give a shit about their demonic heritage or how that influences them. And that's fine. Have your fun. I get it. Personally, I think that's a waste of narrative, like, drive, but I get it. If you just want a cool, hot demon character, I get it. My point I'm trying to make is it is a very fine line between making a really cool, really interesting, unique fantasy race and making them globally appealing. Now, design your fantasy or sci-fi races however you want, right? If you want to have a fucking, like, seven-legged centaur, like, fucking human centipede looking Fallout mutant motherfucker, go for it. I think that's really cool. Do you want people to play that? Most people are only gonna play that as a counterculture, look at how different I am and how cool my OC is, or play that as a, like, this is interesting from a scientific perspective thing. That's the reality. So yeah, if you're trying to design races to be massively appealing and globally playable, try to keep them humanoid enough to be imprintable upon. Does that make sense? So, like, for example, I'm trying to design a chitinous race of fantasy creatures that are vaguely bug-like in nature, but in body plan are mostly humanoid and probably avoid the whole problem of, you know, the mass issue with bugs where they can't actually be human-sized because they would collapse in on themselves due to the square foot law. Not the pony corral, oh god. Right. Anyway, that contributed largely to Troll's success, I think, as a alien race and a new species. True, Shrek, true. Nay! Okay, next slide. Okay, I'm gonna really genuinely hurry on this one. I'm already way behind time. I've been going for an hour, and all I've done is explain trolls to you. So we're gonna speed through this so I could talk a little bit more about how to make a fan troll, because that's what we all came here to do. However, you cannot talk about the main trolls without talking about how they relate to the main narrative, and thus you have to talk about S-Burb and S-Grub. Personally, this is my favorite part of Homestuck. The trolls are cool, but I care much more about the system in which the narrative resides and the weird universe-spanning video game that you play to create reality. But I am not going to touch on that too much. I'm going to resist the urge to over-explain this. If you want to know more, either watch the last Homestuck stream from last year or read the fucking webcomic. So, playing S-Burb or S-Scrub. It is a video game that alters reality. You usually do not know this when you are playing it. The main characters all thought that this was just a beta to a video game, and the main trolls thought it was some ancient video game relic they found in some ruins. But what it does is it allows you to control reality like Sims. So, for example, a mouse will appear in the real world next to your buddy if they are your client player and you are their host player, right? So you set up a server on one computer and then a friend sets up their client computer, and then you can control their reality like Sims. You can kill monsters that appear in the real world. You suddenly get level ups and actual like monetary value out of things called grist. You can use this money to alchemize any items, clothing, and weapons that you own. And I mean anything, which is another example of how Homestuck was incredibly customizable and could create really interesting characters while still referencing pop culture. I could take a Sonic the Hedgehog movie poster and combine that with like a plate mail helmet, and I might make like the blue blur plate or something like that. Maybe it makes like a weird spiked suit of armor that makes me run twice as fast. You see what I'm saying? If you alchemize weird shit together, it makes weird combos, and that's very fun. You get sprites. Those are super important. I'm not going to explain them. You can build portals to enter the actual game world, which we'll talk about here in just a second. Right. Everybody, once they enter the game, gets associated with a class and an aspect. Classes are how you use your aspect. Aspects are the element that you were associated with. We are going to go through these very quickly. Classes are Heir, Witch, Seer, Knight, Thief, Maid, Prince, Page, Sylph, Rogue, Mage, and Bard. These are important because some of them very much change the way you interface with your aspect. What you need to understand is that they are not always what they say on the tin. For example, you would assume blood as an aspect has to do with like blood bending and manipulating like cool, edgy chemo magic. It is not. It is manipulating bonds and constraints and friendships. It is the ability to influence people. It is the water of the, the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb type shit. It's that mentality, right? Breath, while it does have to do with wind and like air-based magic, it is also the aspect that influences freedom and shaking off bonds. Every aspect has a physical interpretation, theoretically, and also a sort of metatextual interpretation, right? So like time is theoretically about manipulating time, but it is also the inherent manipulation of death or like running out of time. Heart is the manipulation of soul, but also like your actual genuine, like your soul. Like you can make soul clones of yourselves and move them around, shit like that, right? Right. Okay, moving on. Certain classes interface in certain ways. A lot of them are what they say on the 10, like thieves steal from their aspect in some way and use it for themselves. So, for example, a thief of time might make you older by stealing some years away from you, and then they themselves would become younger. Where a rogue of time steals and then distributes it. Here, let me get out of the way so you can see rogue. I'm blocking it. I'm sorry. I'm not that sorry, but I'm like a little sorry. Okay, so thief and rogue are inherently related, but they are opposite in ways. Thieves steal for themselves, rogues steal for others. Think like Robin Hood versus, I don't know, a petty thief, right? So a rogue of time might steal time from your enemies and distribute it to everybody in your party. It might like cast slow on your opponents and then distribute that into a minor haste for everybody in the party. It might steal years off the lifespan of an opponent and make all of you younger. It might literally take time off of the clock or away from the sun type of shit. It can get really, really meta really fast with Homestuck. What about Witch? So witches are interesting because they're related to mages. Mages create, I believe, witches manipulate. So a mage of life might create life, where a witch can manipulate life, if that makes sense. They're very unexplained. You could kind of just play really loose around this shit because a lot of these classes never got touched on because they belong to characters that died almost immediately. Like, remember Mr. 3D Goggles? 3D Glasses? He was a Mage of Doom. Mage and Doom are very unexplored classes because that character died so fast. So fast! Yes, all classes are tied to each other, or tied to a separate class in some way through an active-passive spectrum, which is to say there's active classes, there's passive classes. For example, a witch might be an active class where a mage is a passive class. A prince is an active class where a bard is a passive class. So those are two really interesting examples. Princes and bards interface with their aspect by destroying it in some way. Does that make sense? So a prince of, let's say... Let's do a funny one. Like, a Prince of Doom might be a good thing because they destroy Doom. And that means maybe they destroy doomed timelines, or they destroy some object that would have eliminated your game session entirely, or they destroy some unparalleled universal threat that might have threatened to, like, unravel all things that ever existed. And they do that actively. They choose to do that. Where a bard does it passively. It just kind of happens around them. Let's say a bard of light, which is the aspect of truth, but also the aspect of luck. A bard might just make everybody around them incredibly unlucky all the time just by existing near them. Or they might obfuscate the truth just through, like, constant talking and yapping and making it hard to tell what's actually going on at any given moment. So a good example of a bard of truth, or a bard of light, might be somebody like even like Goldie in game shows, right? Goldie in game shows, he likes to just say shit and fuck around. That would be a bard of truth type of behavior, where it's like, he's not like doing it on purpose necessarily, but he's inherently making it hard to figure out what's going on around him because he's just talking a lot or lying outright. Right, okay. This is very fun because it means that you could both play around in a traditional RPG context. Let's say you're playing as, like, a Knight of Breath. Yeah, you might, like, have your cool, let's say you're a Knight of Breath and your Strife Specimen is a staff. Yeah, sure, you're slinging tornadoes with your staff, and that's cool, but you're also wielding freedom as a weapon. So maybe you're, like, a revolutionary who frees, like, your denizens on your planet from slavery or something because you've got some big bad baron who's conquered them. You might wield that as a weapon, like, genuinely within the narrative as well. So there's this meta side of every aspect that's very fun to play with, while also having the very RPG side of the elemental association of that aspect. Does that make sense? So it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun to play around with. We'll talk about that in a second, Orthan, about the other HOLOSTARs. But I want to keep moving pretty quickly because I don't want to lock on this for too long. Real quick, new art from Taco and Negi. That's the land of Frost and Hollows. That was my original land when I was into Homestuck a while ago. That was probably on account of the clinical depression. Maybe it would be different now. I don't know. Anyway, planets. This is important because it is just another gear to turn. We're going to touch on all these gears in a second and explain why Homestuck was so popular. But this is important. I'm going to blaze through this. But basically, you get a planet that is associated specifically with you. It has two, like, titles, like Land of Light and Rain, Wind and Shade, Frost and Hollows. All of these things are tied to your personal narrative, your personal quest, and how you as a person need to grow. You always get an ultimate boss monster called a denizen on that planet. You get your own little creatures on that planet called consorts. Very cute. Almost always a planet is meant to teach you a moral lesson. It has some overarching quest that is important to you as a person. That's why it's fun, because it is a physical way in the narrative to explore flaws in your character and how they need to change. And sometimes they succeed, sometimes they fail. Yes, you guys could be consorts. Maybe Ruzeters are consorts. Anyway, yeah, it's just another gear to turn, right? There's a lot of gears to turn. You've got denizens. Those are not personal, but they're interesting. You've got consorts. Those are very personal. You've got lands, which is a physical way to look into the marbled, mirrored soul of your character's persona and, like, trajectory as a person, which is fun. And they don't always succeed. Because it's a video game, people find way to boundary break or ignore the quests of their planets or skip things, and they never grow as a person because of it. And it comes back to bite them in the ass in the narrative, and that's really cool. That's really interesting. You've got god tiers, you've got your aspect, you've got your class, you've got, like, the if you're a troll, the hemo spectrum, whatever superpowers you have. There are so many gears to turn in Homestuck, and that's what makes it so ripe, so fertile a field for OCs, and why it was so popular, I think. Anyway, Skya and its moons. All sessions of this video game have a planet called Skya at the center of the universe. It is where the divine game is played, and if you succeed, you get to create your new reality where you will reign as a god. Skya is orbited by 2 moons, Durst and Prospit. It is a dark moon and a light moon. Every player is associated with one of these 2 moons, and their magical dream self sleeps on that planet until the player themselves goes to sleep, at which point that dream self can often awake and fly around and do their own things. These are important later. I will explain why. You get purple jammies or gold jammies. That's what you need to know. Anyway, god tiers. I'm going to run through this really quickly, but basically there is a tier above the normal class system. Imagine like Ragnarok Online. If you reach the max tier of a novice class, you can then spec up into a new class. That's kind of like what god tier is, except you literally become a god. There is only 2 ways to do this. You can die on your quest bed, which is on your planet. If you find where your quest bed is, which is often hidden somewhere very difficult to get to, and then willingly die there, or accidentally die there, you will be resurrected as the ultimate version of your class and aspect. For example, our main character, John Egbert, becomes the heir of breath. He is the inheritor of all freedom and all wind. As heirs, you inherit your aspect. Cool? Cool. As a god, you are unkillable unless you die justly or heroically, which is to say if you've done so much evil that you deserve to die, or if you do something heroic to protect somebody else and you die. If you do not die in one of those 2 ways, you will immediately resurrect. I call this the backstab clause. That is to say, if you die because of something stupid or inane, or like you accidentally drink fucking formaldehyde, you'll get back up. It is the idiot clause for gods. You can die, but only if it is narratively relevant to justice or heroics. Okay? Okay. In my mind, I think that it is also an interesting representation. It is an interesting critique of godhood, right? You might say, if I'm a god, how is it godly or powerful that I can't use my powers for good or evil? Because if I do either, then I am inherently making myself vulnerable to death. And I think that is interesting because it questions, are you really a god, or have you become more restricted than ever just with godlike power? And that's kind of getting into the question of things like Superman or, Greek gods and why they don't just fix things, right? It creates a really interesting, criticism, I think, of godlyhood as a concept. It is very cool. Very fun. The second way to become a god is to find your sacrificial slab, which is at the center of whichever moon you are a part of, Durst or Prospit, is also very hard to get to, and you can only ascend to godhood there by dying on that slab if your dream self or your real self has already died. Consequently, you can only do the first method on your own planet if your dream self and real self are still alive. The world building was crazy, dude. Okay, moving on. But Ruze, you wail, I am just a pitiful, simpering buffoon whose brain migrated from their skull long ago in search of the legendary greener pastures, where it won't starve due to my lack of firing neurons. How can I make my very own fan troll when I have retained none of what you said? Not to worry, my friend, with the dome vacancy, I brought a secret weapon. Bullet points. Okay? I'm just a little goblin. Okay, so, fan trolls, the basics. Here you go. What you need to know for your fan trolls. This is the basic level if you want to make a fan troll. Know where they are in the hemo spectrum and ask yourself a couple questions about that. How does this affect their relationship to society? This is a very big point. It is a very small bullet point, but you can really deep dive on this point. Depending on where your troll falls on this spectrum, that is going to change who they are as a person fundamentally. A rust blood is the lowest of the low. Many rust bloods have a sort of gallows humor, like lack of self-worth, laissez-faire, who cares if I die? I'm just a rust blood. I barely live anytime, anyway, and people will kill me for fun or ketchup. Also, that's the hardest quote I've ever said. I gotta write that down. People will kill me for fun or ketchup. I'm writing that down. Anyway, the point is, the way you sit on the hemo spectrum will exponentially influence how you see yourself in your culture. Some Rust Bloods are super angry at culture, and they're pissed off, and they become very counterculture, and they become like sort of the punk equivalent in troll society, where they go to like concerts that are sort of like a critique of the Condes, their empress, but very subtly, because you don't want to get killed by the super drones that patrol the patrol planet. Some Rust Bloods, if they ever make it to adulthood, probably become expendable, like wheat and chaff soldiers that are sent onto the battlefield as front lines to die immediately. And how your character survives this could be really interesting if you want to write an adult troll. We'll talk about adult trolls a little bit here in a bit, because that's one of my important bullet points that people don't talk about enough. All right. It also influences the way they see their self-worth and how much life is worth and how they look at the rest of the hemo spectrum. Where on the other far end, right, you might have like a purple blood. They are not only aristocracy and positioned as above the other trolls, like societally, they are physically different. They breathe underwater. They live in a different world. This is mermaids to humans type shit. They see themselves as removed because they genuinely are. Some purple bloods could go their entire 100-year existence never seeing a land-dwelling troll, so they see them as like this ephemeral, unimportant number or statistic to not give a shit about because they're amphibious. They don't have to care about them at all. They don't have to give a shit. They are inherently alien, even to these aliens, which is pretty fucking cool. The Purple Bloods all belong to an insane clown cult, and that will influence the way your character grew up and how they see the world. I will critique this a little bit when we talk about Gavis Bettle, if that gets you excited, okay? And you'll understand what I mean when I say that. But the point is, to make this a long bullet point short, question how their hemo spectrum affects the relationship to their society. Also question, does it give them any superpowers? The lower you are on the hemo spectrum, the more likely you are to have psychic powers. The higher up you are on the hemo spectrum, the more likely you are to have physical super strength of some sort. Either being very fast or very strong, or just in general being more powerful than the people around you. Sometimes this manifests in freak mutations where you are genuinely like Hulk strong. Sometimes it just means that you're as strong as 4 or 5 grown men, which is still crazy, but not as intense. Also, remember that your hemo spectrum influences your horns and your sign. Your sign is important to a troll. It's their calling card. It is what, like, represents them almost like a zodiac sign, but more important. Think of it like a social security number or a birthday. All right? All right. Next, your Lucis. This is not talked about enough. I am going to hit this home. If you're making a fan troll, this is the basics. People treat the Lucis as a mascot. They're like, my troll, her name is Kimiko Sakura Flower, and her Lucis is a Kitsune. And like, that's fine. But Lucis are not set dressing. They are the troll's parents. I know they are animals, and I know that is inherently weird. But one, some Lucis are fucked up freaky animals like fucking Cthulhu or Karkat's crab bipedal kaiju dad thing, right? And some Lucis are just fucking regular ass animals like a 2-mouthed cat, all right? All right, but they do influence your character in important ways. They are as important as a human character's parents. Let that influence your character more than just being a mascot. People are always like, oh, my Lucis is a raccoon because I like raccoons. I'm like, that's fine, man. But how does that change things? How does that change your narrative? People underestimate how important Lucises were to the trolls, but the Lucises were stand-ins for parents and generational trauma in a narrative sense, right? Right? Sometimes they're just an aesthetic, but they can inform their upbringing and in some ways their personality. Think of this as a parent and what they pass on to their child, not as a pet, right? So if you look at a character like Gamzee, that's the weird clown. He's the main character, weird clown, right? He's this guy down here on my left by my shoulder pad with the clown makeup. His dad is a sea goat. He's a goat that lives in the ocean, but he's never around. He never stays home to take care of Gamzee. Gamzee is already on a planet where there are no adults to guide him, and the one creature that's supposed to look out for him and raise him abandons him and is just underwater all the time. He's just never there. So Gamzee kind of raises himself, and he gets high constantly, and he gets addicted to drugs to kind of cope with this loneliness, this inherent loneliness, and the visions of murder that plague his entire hemo spectrum bloodcast. He becomes like a drug-addled fucking like pseudo-clown worshiper that just kind of hangs out and eats pie and drinks Faygo because he doesn't have a father figure in his life. And while that's just haha funny high clown from a very like shallow example of his character, it's also a critique into a child raised with no parental figure, not even the fucked up animalistic ones that the trolls get. It is a critique of a fatherless person, like someone with no structure or parental figure to look up to. Vriska is raised by a giant cannibal spider that forces her to kidnap and mind control other children, sometimes her friends, into walking into her web willingly and dying, being eaten alive in front of her. Vriska is abused to the highest caliber. That is not just, oh, my mom was a giant spider. It is my parent is an abusive murderer who puts me in on their crimes and inherently makes me an important part of that. Solix was raised by a giant, very stupid Cyclops. Solix is a critique of a kid who grew up too fast. He is a kid who is smarter than his parents, and his parents suffer from an ailment where they have extreme headaches, and if they don't eat a specific honey that Solix himself cultivates, they will go on a rampage and start shooting laser beam eyes that could destroy whole neighborhoods. Solix has parents that are dumber than him, so he had to grow up too fast and take on responsibility beyond his own scope, and also are incredibly dangerous, so they become a burden on his life. It is both a critique on parents that inherently burden their children, but also on kids that have to grow up too fast. Solix is a character that is looked at in a very shallow sense as the hacker guy and someone with split personality, but he's also a kid who was like struggling to deal with the amount of responsibility on his shoulders at all times and raising his own parents in a society where he has no parents or adults to look up to. There's a lot going on with a lot of these characters. What I'm saying is, don't treat Lucis as set dressing. They are important to how your character grew up and can influence them in incredibly diverse ways, more so than a human parent in a lot of cases. Do it, Apple. Read it. Homestuck really is just about sad kids, huh? On the surface, it's about goofy internet humor and what it was like to grow up on the internet. If you look deeper, it's about how hard it is to grow up. It's about how difficult it is to grow up in both through societal expectations, but also as just a kid on your own. What if a Lucis dies? A very good question, Vinny. Actually, allow me to touch on that for a moment. What if your Lucis dies? If your Lucis dies, you are usually shit out of fucking luck. You have nobody to protect you from other Lucises that might want to eat you. Because you do have to remember, these Lucises are still animals. You have nobody to protect you from the drones if they come knocking to check on you. Those are the weird super mechs that police the troll home planet. You have nobody to protect you from higher bloodcasts who might come and kill you. The point is, without a Lucis, you are in a lot of trouble, and you also have nobody to guide you through growing up if you were very young. There's mechs in Homestuck. Yes, so the troll planet is patrolled by what are called drones. They are directly controlled by the Empress and the weird colonist superstructure, totalitarian government that she runs. And what they do is they make sure that if you step out of line, either societally or legally, they kill you immediately. Carcat Vantis, one of the main characters from Homestuck, the troll you've probably seen the most with the tiny little horns who's always pissed off and yelling, is a mutant-blooded troll. If you were found to be mutated in any way, you were immediately killed. If the drones showed up to his house tomorrow, they would blast him to bits because he is not normal. If you are found to be mutated in any way that is not useful, it's okay if you mutate superpowers or super strength, but if you are mutated, like, I don't know, in a way that makes you othered or makes you disabled in some way, the drones will just kill you. If you fail to provide your genetic material as an adult, the drones will kill you. If you fail to respect your superiors or you are found to somehow be like counterculture to the Empress, the drones will kill you. If you so much as make a peep online about how you don't like the power structure or you don't think that like high bloods are actually that high up, the drones will kill you if the high bloods themselves don't kill you first. Yeah, but if you mutate like electricity, wouldn't the Empire turn you into a human battery? Yeah, useful mutations are okay. They like that. They love that. Solix, for example, the weird 3D glasses guy, his ancestor was also an incredibly powerful psionic. They didn't kill him. You know what they did to him? They strapped him into a ship. They wired the ship's controls directly into his brain, his organs, and his skin, and put him in an eternal I have no mouth and I must scream situation, then gave him immortality to be eternally tormented as the super battery to the Empress's personal warship that can now fly faster than the speed of light because he can force it faster with his psionics. He is a battery that cannot die and is in eternal pain forever. So yeah, if you have superpowers, they love that. And if you're a low blood, like Solix, they'll just use you and torture you. They don't care. That is, in fact, some Warhammer shit. Yup. Anyway, Homestuck's pretty fun. Last but not least, a typing quirk. It's a sort of online calling card, right? It's the weird typing way you've seen people type when they talk about Homestuck, like typing in leet speak or all caps or replacing certain letters with certain numbers type of shit. It's kind of just like a calling card. I personally think this is something that is only specifically relevant to the advent of the internet in Troll Society. So once they got spacefaring and internet usage, it became a way for trolls to kind of express a little bit of personality and a little bit of their own, like, will and identity in a online context. It just says something about your troll's personality, right? It's just a lot of fun. It's just a fun way to think about how they type. That's about it. How do nobles stay alive? They're kind of the same rank as the queen. So the only rank that even comes close to the queen is the purple bloods, and they are all very, very loyal to the power structure because they are inherently beneficial in the power structure. Sorry, not the purple, the violet bloods, the sea dwellers. They are benefited by the power structure because there is literally nobody more powerful than them in any given area other than the queen, and the queen is usually not around. She is on the forefront of the battlefields because she herself is incredibly powerful and likes killing people. So she's usually out there at the forefront of any conquest. The Empress is the only fuchsia alive at any given time, typically because she kills all children who are born fuchsia as soon as she gets the chance, before they can come of age. There is one other fuchsia right now, and she is a major character in the story. Anyway, the reason the Violet Bloods don't revolt is because A, they couldn't kill the Empress if they wanted to, and B, like our 1% in the real world, they benefit from the power structure, so why do they care who's top dog? The Purple Bloods don't revolt because their weird fucked up clown cult is allowed to perpetuate and propagate, and they also are at the top of the charts. So they're essentially the clergy. They are the complacent, copacetic, religious superstructure, kind of like the Pope in the 1400s, who's like, yeah, the king's evil, but like, so am I, and I benefit from this. They're an evil religion that are okay with the structure because it means they get to kill people and use their blood to paint their religious paintings and, enforce their religious will on people. They don't care. Indigos are typically sort of the bootlickers of Troll Society. They are the highest of the mid-blood caste, which makes them the highest caste that is not direct nobility like purples, violets, and fuchsias. So, yeah, they're kind of the enforcers because they're like the upper middle class. They're like, well, one day I, too, could be very important type of deal. So, yeah, you get it. Kobolds, I mean, they tend to be Machiavellian. They're manipulators. They enjoy being on the higher end of the spectrum. They might not be the highest, but they're on a high end and typically safe from instantly dying. They can exert their will over others relatively easily, and kobolds being high enough up in the spectrum means that they could typically get high ranking positions in the military or in command structures or in society without having to worry about like dying on the front lines for the most part. And teals are by and large obsessed with structure and society and law, and a lot of teals is where you start to see this counterculture because they sit at this weird middle space. A lot of teals don't like the way society's run. They see that it's unjust, but they feel like they can't do anything, or they try to change it from within through the law structure, which is a loser's game because fuchsias won't let it happen, etc., etc. You get it. That's just how it works. That's why they don't revolt. Anyway, typing quirks. Moving on. All right, so that was troll basics. Let's talk about S-Scrub. This is only important if you intend to include S-Scrub or S-Burb in your fan trolls. If you don't want your kids, your trolls or your kids or whatever fan character you have to play the game, don't worry about it. You do not have to have S-Burb or S-Scrub in your setting. I like it. I think it's fun. But if you don't want to do that, you just want to talk about trolls as a really interesting alien species, that's totally fine. But if you do have S-Scrub in it, let's quickly talk about that real quick, shall we? Class spect. This is important. This is the only little, like, bullet point I'm going to talk about that is important even if you don't have S-Scrub, because it is important to the universe of Homestuck inherently. It is important even if you never play the game or you've never heard of the game, right? This is a lot of homework. Don't worry, Fur Tree. I'm going to break it down into simple structures for you in just a second. So a class spect is your class and your aspect. You need to ask yourself, how does this influence the character, even if they never enter a session? How does it dictate their fate or help them change as a person, right? So an example of this might be like, let's say we have a, let's pick a class here. Heart. Let's say we pick Heart as our aspect and we pick seer, right? Okay, so heart has to do with like the self. It has to do with understanding yourself in your totality. A seer of heart is somebody who should be able to see other people's inner core, their inner selves, their soul. And as a person, maybe they're super self-obsessed, or they're super, like, they find it hard to associate with others, and they themselves are, like, retracted from society. Maybe their personal narrative is about learning to see others for who they truly are, both toxic and positive. Maybe they learn to see the good in others, or the bad in others, and cut off bad relationships. Maybe that's what their whole narrative arc is about. Or maybe they never realize that potential and they're permanently subservient to a toxic relationship. Or maybe they're like, they withdraw even more from society and become a hermit of some sort and just choose to believe all people are inherently bad. You can look at their class spec and see how that influences them aside from their superpowers, right? And this is important because characters in Homestuck are influenced by their class spec even if they never play the game. There's characters that don't enter a session, have never heard of this universe-spanning game, and are still influenced by their superpowers. Notably, Troll Jesus. Remember him? Remember when I talked about Troll Jesus back here? You remember him? Huh? This guy in the cloak with the angry face? He's an ancestor of Karkad. He never played the game. They did not know the game existed. But as a, I believe, seer of blood, he was so connected to his class in another universe where a version of him did play the game that this universe, the main universe version of him, saw that connection through the aspect of blood and saw a reality where trolls lived in a utopian society where they all like got along and worked together and weren't a galaxy conquering empire. Despite never playing the game, his aspect had such a strong influence on him that he became a prophet of a perfect utopia and tried to speak out about unity and peace amongst trolls. And for it, he was tortured to death by the Condess. The point is, he never played the game. His aspect still had sway over him. That is interesting and cool because it means even if your characters don't play the game, you should still consider their class spec and how it might influence them as people. Because a class spec has always been around that character, right? In the past, present, and future. Before your character ever knew they were influenced by this, their life is being guided by this. Kind of think of it like a star sign in a way, right? Like, you know how the Zodiac dictates your personality, even though that's all, you know, phony and you dictate your personality? In Homestuck, that's real. Your class and aspect do dictate how you behave to a degree, or at least influence your life, and you can rebel against that or embrace it. And that's interesting. That's cool, man. Hi, Cud Radicus. Welcome in. We're talking about trolls. Exactly, Fluffy. Exactly. What happens if you rebel? I think that sometimes you could still find a version of yourself that is totally fine and totally a good person while rebelling, and sometimes it makes you a worse person. I think typically, I say typically, your class spec is there to help you become the most fully realized version of yourself and help you grow up, because this is still a story about kids and how hard it is to grow up and what that means, right? So if you rebel against that, that's fine. Sometimes you can find a version of yourself that you're completely comfortable with and you're happy with. Maybe your class spec was wrong. Maybe the universal like law that dictates what your class spec is doesn't really understand you in a way that is healthy for you. Or maybe you're just not up to the burden you have to take. Maybe you don't want to be the Knight of Time. Maybe you just want to be the Guy of Dude and you want to set down your sword and learn what it's like to be at peace. That's okay. Sometimes it's not about glorious purpose or like an overarching like great narrative. Sometimes it's just about living your life and being happy with yourself, and that's okay, man. That's okay. I think there is as much narrative value in understanding how people rebel against their class spec as there is to people who embrace it, right? One of our main characters, Dave Strider, is the Knight of Time, and his class spec is about wielding time as a weapon, and he's really good at it. He is one of the first characters to truly understand how to manipulate his aspect and his class, and it seems to come naturally to him. But the reality is, he was brought up by a brother who abused him and turned him into a combat machine to prepare him for this game because his brother knew the game was coming somehow, and he doesn't want to fight. He doesn't like fighting. He's good at it, but he hates it. There's a part of him that truly hates it, and he doesn't even know this about himself. So he perfectly sits in his class spec from the start of the narrative, but his arc as a person is about learning to not want that. He has to realize about himself and see past his persona of being this really cool, stoic badass and realize he's not happy. He's inherently a not violent person. He doesn't like fighting. He doesn't like hurting people. And that's cool. That's interesting. where some characters grow into their aspect later, and it's good for them to grow into that aspect. Okay, planet. Ask yourself, how is this personal to my character? This is only if they play the game that they have to worry about their planet. How is this personal to their character? How is it meant to reflect the inner being or challenge them to grow? What unique challenge is on your planet that either is influenced by your aspect, so you have to embrace your aspect, or is influenced by you as a person that you have to overcome to become hopefully a better person and learn a lesson, right? Like, for example, Eridan, the Prince of Doom, had a planet that had no denizens on it. Or, sorry, no consorts. He had no cute little animals on his planet. He had unstoppable, glowing, godly angels that all had like 999,999 HP and could like 1v1 max level characters. How did he interpret this? He decided he had to kill all of them. He decided that the point of this game was to beat them all to death. That was not the lesson he was supposed to learn, but he did it anyway. He maxed his level and then started eradicating everything on his planet. No drops, no loot, no XP for killing them, but he still beat his head against that wall because he refused to learn his lesson the planet was trying to teach him. He just destroyed everything around him. Meanwhile, if you look at a character like John Egbert, our main character, his planet is the planet of wind and shade, and the planet is in a constant night until he learns to use his wind aspect to clear out the pipes that are all over his planet. They have like pipes that run the length of the planet all the way down to the core. He cleans them out and he brings back light. Good for him. Very cool. He gets the water running again. He gets the rivers pumping. He gets things flowing. He inherently cures a part of his planet. Hey, yo, blowing pipes? Well, hold on. He did the windy thing. Very cool. Very interesting. Planets are a reflection of your character and the journey they have to go on. And how your character either fulfills that journey or fails in that quest is really cool as an examination of your character. Think about that. Denizens, consorts. Consorts are the cute little creatures that live on your planet. They act as quest givers and NPCs. They are very adorable. You know, what do they say about your troll or your human, if you want to make a human? Are they something the character likes, or are they something the character tries to dominate? Is your character the type of person who sees all NPCs as mindless, unworthy, like, pointless creatures that are either meant to be used or abused or killed? Or are they somebody who, like, treats them like people and wants to, like, do goofy little interactions with them and grow, like, relationships and, you know, become friends? That kind of stuff. Your denizen is the ultimate, like, monster on your planet. Like Yaldabaoth or fucking Echidna type shit, right? They are usually some sort of like ultimate creature at the core of your planet that you have to, air quotes, defeat to win the quest and open the portal to the rest of the game. However, you can also make deals with denizens. Most people don't know this. The typical path is to beat your denizen as a final boss, but a lot of people talk their way out of it, and that's cool. Can you romance the consorts if you're a little freak? I guess. Yeah, think of it like Undertale, right? It's not all about killing them sometimes. You can talk your way out of things. You can reason with them. It's just most players don't know this and immediately go into combat mode. All right, lastly, your God tier. Will your character ever make it to God tier? What does it take to willingly kill yourself on a, like, slab? How hard would that be to do? Does this give them godlike powers, or does it come with a change in their perspective and new goals, right? Obviously, it gives you new responsibility. Some characters might be paralyzed by their godhood. You might become immortal, but if you do anything heroic and then die, you really die. If you do anything evil and then die, you really die. Would a character just suddenly be paralyzed despite their superpowers and refuse to do anything important to the narrative or to winning because they're afraid of dying permanently? Would your character wield this power to dominate others? Does your character understand their aspect to a fundamental level so much so that it changes who they are as a person? Like, if an heir of doom comes about and they inherit doom and they become a god tier, does that change how they view failure? Do they see it as important? Do they see doomed timelines as something that should be upheld? That kind of stuff is interesting to ask about your character. How does godhood change them, is what I'm saying. Exactly, Pedro. Yeah. Will you upload this whole presentation for us? No. Rewatch the stream. All right, real quick, we're going to blaze through this one pretty fast because I've been here for a while and I want to make fan trolls now. It's time to make fan trolls. It's almost been 2 hours. I'm going to try to finish the last few slides in 10 minutes. Here we go. Fan troll extras, ancestors. Most trolls don't have any idea about this, but it can be fun to theorize. Most trolls don't even believe ancestors are a thing. They believe that because all genetic material is given to the mother grub all at once, that none of them have real ancestors and they are just a weird conglomeration of all trolls, and that there is just luck of the draw and whatever you come out as is your bad luck or good luck, and that is how it is. However, some trolls believe in the mythology, air quotes, of having ancestors and look up to people in the past and try to emulate the way they behave, right? So think in a human context, someone might be like, I'm just like Julius Caesar, and I believe my ancestor was Julius Caesar because he was a indigo blood just like me, and one day I want to be just like him. And maybe that's true because ancestors do clearly exist canonically, but most trolls don't believe in that. It is seen as superstitious. Quadrants. Do you have extra trolls? How do the relationships work with each other? This is fun if you like shipping. I don't care about it, but I mean, it's interesting and can really influence how your character views the world and each other. Silodex and Strife Specimens. This is very, very meta. If you do not understand Homestuck, you will not understand what I'm talking about. Basically, what it boils down to is it's fun to play around with, and it's how does your character's inventory system work and what is their preferred weapon. Most characters are locked into a Strife Specimens, meaning they can only use the weapon that they picked up initially, right? Like John Egbert, our main character, allocates a hammer to his Strife Specimens to fight back against low-level enemies, but then he's locked into hammer kind for the rest of the story. He cannot change it. He has to keep alchemizing new and more powerful hammers because it's all he can wield until you hit God tier. Then you're allowed to do whatever you want. You can use whatever weapons you want. The inventory systems are also very fun. I'm not going to explain them. It takes too long. Beyond the game. Now, here's something I want to talk about that's going to take a little longer. I'll use the rest of my 8 minutes on this one because I think this is something people don't ask enough. This is something I want to talk to you about because I think it makes the universe inherently more interesting and more fun to play around with. So I'm gonna come down here for a second. Just a second. We're going to talk about Beyond the Game. Why is this interesting? Because I think trolls are interesting outside of the canon of Homestuck. They are so well realized because of the years it took to make them and because of all of the questions that the author Andrew Hussey had to answer that they have become an incredibly well-designed alien race with a lot of genuinely cool knobs to turn as a species, so you could write really good stories about them without ever talking about Homestuck or Esgrub the game, right? So ask yourself this. Do you have to tell a story about trolls growing up? What if your troll's an adult and never entered a session? What stories could you tell about a character that was a conscript in a galactic war they never even asked for? Right? Or what if they did enter a session, but as an adult, after they've already dealt with troll society and they already have the hang-ups that come with that? A lot of the kids uphold the troll society, but the same way that children uphold caricatures of their parents, right? Like playing cops and robbers, that kind of stuff. You don't truly understand society's constraints until you enter society as a full-fledged adult. How would that change how these trolls viewed power or social norms or faux pas or mores and folkways of their society if they were forced into a situation where they are now playing a divine game and all of their species is dead, the war is over? How does that rearrange the power structure for them? Suddenly you're dealing with low bloods who are as strong as you, maybe stronger than you if they hit God tier first or if they hit high enough levels first. Maybe their aspect is a direct counter to yours. Maybe you deal with a high blood who never wanted power in the first place and was kind of forced into a position of command or dominance and wishes they hadn't been. These are all interesting questions to ask about these characters, either in the game or out of the game, because their culture is so interesting in and of itself. Do trolls age the same as humans, as in when do trolls turn into adults? I think all trolls hit adulthood at the same time, but trolls have different lifespans drastically based on their blood type. The lower you are on the hemo spectrum, the sooner you die. I don't know how long Rust Bloods live. I'm going to assume around 60s or 70s. And then you kind of go up, exponentially as you get higher. Once you get to indigos, they probably live for a pretty long time. And violets and fuchsias live for a very, very long time. Same for purple bloods. As far as I know, Schlin, yes. So some trolls have lower lifespans than even humans. I don't know if that was ever answered in Homestuck, but I know that it's been said that Rustbloods live the shortest amount of time. I don't think there's ever canonically been a direct answer to that. I'm going to assume about as long as humans, judging from the adult Rustbloods we've seen. Though that's hard to say because Rustbloods have all been influenced by the time aspect, at least the canonical ones we've seen. But let's look at the tier above that. Bronze Bloods, right? Like the Summoner, who we see in the background up there with the big fairy wings. He lived theoretically in an average human adult's lifespan until he got killed. So I don't know. I don't think there's a lot of, there's not a lot of specifics, basically, is what it boils down to. I came for something, but now I want to make a troll. Make a troll. Make a troll right now. Okay, so quick bullet points, real quick. These are the basics. This is all you have to answer. Hemospectrum, how does that influence them? Lucis, how did that change the way they were raised? Typing quirk, that's just fun. You don't have to do that, but it's fun. S-Scrub, your class spec, your planet, your denizens and your consort, your god tier. And that's only if you have the game in your session. You don't have to worry about it otherwise, though class spec is still fun to check, and I would, because it's fun to see if that could influence your character outside of the game. Lastly, your extras are the Ancestors, if you fucking care, Quadrants, if you fucking care, Silodex and Strife Specimis, which is only really important to the context of the webcomic and the game itself. If you don't care about that, don't worry about it. And then beyond the game questions, which I think are very interesting and I wish more people would ask themselves. Okay, moving myself back in a position here. Good recap. There we go. Everything's back in order. We've talked about what we needed to talk about. Now, let's take a look at some examples, and then you nerds can get on with your weird necro fandom unearthing of the long dead corpse that is fan trolls. Okay, here we go. A couple examples, shall we? Holostuck English. I'm just going to kind of click through these pretty fast. I'll talk about the ones that I find interesting or could be interesting narrative jumping points for a fan troll. I would like to quickly say I am not talking about the boys themselves. I am talking about Fanon interpretation of the boys when I talk about them. That is to say, there is a way that people behave and there's a way that the Stars fan base views us. Okay? This is about to get really meta. Regis Altair. I think he would be interesting as an indigo blood. I think his class would be air, and he would be the heir to hope. He inherits hope as a concept. His moon would, of course, be Prospit, and his chum handle, which is sort of his screen name, would be Chevalier Celestial. All screen names go off GCAT, by the way, meaning you can only start your words with G, C, A, or T. That's a coding joke. Or is that a DNA joke? I don't remember. Anyway, don't worry about it. It's funny, and it's a funny limitation. So HOLOSTARS-EN are all trolls? Exactly. So he's stereotypically heroic. Well, I think that Altair, and this is not Altair himself, I say again, I think Altair, with the whole demon side thing, would be very interesting as a character that upholds a power structure that is inherently unjust in the, objective morality of treating people well, but to him is just. It is heroic to uphold that structure because he was born into it. He's relatively high up in that caste. He's not so high he's a noble, but he's equivalent to being like a knight or a hero. He sees himself as somebody who is, his divine purpose is to uphold that structure, and that can come out in like really aggressive, fucked up ways, like his demon lord type shit, right? But he's not a bad guy. He just doesn't understand the lack of morality around the structure he was raised in, right? Right. Looks slightly zooted. All trolls have yellow sclera. Isn't that weird? Instead of white like humans. They also typically have eye colors that are associated with their blood type, but I did not bother editing that because that would be a lot of work. So his eyes should be like an indigo blue, and then the yellow around it, but you get the idea. Anyway, as an heir of hope, he would be somebody who inherits hope. Hope is an incredibly powerful aspect, but one that is very hard to harness. It is a very clap if you believe aspect. Hope players theoretically can choose to believe anything and make it real. And as an heir, he is damn near one of the strongest classes if he can realize his potential and inherit hope. He can believe so hard he can make reality bend around him. Anyway, we've got Axel Sirios and Olive Blood. Those are mid-tier, leaning toward the low tiers. They tend to be very fast and agile. They're animalistic in many ways. They are often adopted by like feline or canine lucises, and they tend to be fighters or wild people in some way. They are brought up surviving, typically. He's a Durstreamer. He's the Page of Breath, which is it is debatably the strongest class, but they start out very, very weak. They have a long, long way to go to the top, and most pages die before they ever realize their potential. But if they make it to their potential, they are, if not the strongest, one of the strongest classes, period. As the Page of Breath, he is the Page of Freedom. He has to learn freedom, which makes the chains a very ironic symbol for him, and would make a really cool narrative arc, I think, for him as a character. I think he's the type of character that probably plays in a societal structure and like sees it in a lackadaisical, sort of like aloof, windy way. Wink, wink, wink. Where he's like, yeah, I don't care, mate. It is what it is. Like, it's just, that's life. Like, I don't care. But eventually has to come to a narrative arc of confronting that, and maybe confronting the way society has chained him into that aloof behavior. And growing to like see how either that's wrong and he needs to be an object of change for that and an object of freedom, because breath has to do with freedom inherently. Now, it would be very hard for him to learn this lesson, hence being a page, but if he did learn it, he would be insanely strong. There you go. True, he is wearing a fucking underwear set, though. You don't have to wear your God tier. When you get to God tier, you don't have to wear it. Some people don't. But, you know, he gets unchained. All right, here's what I was talking about Betel, and I think Betel would be an interesting character. Again, not Betel as he is, because a lot of people don't understand Betel as he is, I've noticed. There's a very Fanon stars interpretation of Betel. I think the Fanon Betel would be a very interesting purple blood, because the purple blood structure is that they are an aggressive, angry murder cult of clowns who see no value in life basically at all, sometimes including each other, and willingly like hold ritualistic sacrifices in their church and just kill people. Now, Fanon Betel would be really interesting because I see him as sort of a simpering coward who genuinely does not want to hurt people and does not like violence, but is so high up in the caste system, he has no choice but to be copacetic to it. He has no choice but to accept violence as it is enacted, because he has no power to like stop that from being a thing that happens. I think that he would be the type of character who seems kind of fun-loving and goofy like a jester, and has never been afraid for his life because he is so high up in the caste system until he enters the game. And then he becomes somebody who is unironically very afraid despite how powerful he is, because Purple Bloods are very physically strong, but he can't tap into their natural rage because he never wanted to be in that caste system in the first place. I think that would be pretty fun. And now, for the first time in his life in the game, he has to fear for his life because he's not protected by the religious caste he belongs to. Also, as a bard of space, he would invite the destruction through space, which is to say he passively destroys space around him, which is just perfect for slapstick Betel. I think he would be an interesting breakdown of purples as a culture, because purple bloods tend to be like supreme badass rage monsters or unstoppable, unkillable berserkers who also think it's funny to watch people die. And I think he would be a fun breakdown of that concept. Oop, then he trips over 10 cars. True. However, at his apex, as the Bard of Space, if he fully realized it, he could theoretically just be a walking black hole, just passively destroy things around him, which is pretty fucking cool if he wanted to, assuming he turned that on his enemies. He could passively invite destruction through space. That could manifest as like getting really lucky and a car falls on your opponent out of nowhere because it happened to be balancing on a precipice and he just subtly influenced like the molecules in it to slide down and hit an enemy. It could manifest itself in really bad, scary ways, like, I don't know, a pitfall opening in the ground and him and his whole party tumble into it at a critical moment. Bards are hard to control because they passively invite destruction through whatever their aspect is. Like a Bard of Heart might passively degrade people's sense of self and make it harder to understand who you truly are and make it harder to realize your potential as a person. A Bard of Breath might inherently constrict freedom around them or invite destruction through freedom. So that could manifest itself in one of two important ways. Like a Bard of Breath could invite destruction through freedom by being like, yeah, man, go crazy, fuck the power structure, kill everybody, and invite someone to just go on a rampage and be a radical murderer. Or they could invite destruction through freedom and be like, yeah, I'm gonna free all of our enemies because they deserve to be free, and then the enemies start killing you. Bards are weird. Bards are weird. Okay, Mach X Flayon. I think he would make a really good gold blood. I also think he would make a really unironically interesting villain if he turned on his party. Chum handle is Guile Artifice. He's a gold blood. He is the Sylph of Time, and his moon is Durse. Time players and space players are very important. You have to have one in every session. Time players are responsible for breeding the ultimate frog that will house the universe that you become the god of later. They typically rely on their knight to help them. So in this case, who was the knight? Oh, I was the knight. So I would be helping Gavis Bettel breed the super frog that would house our universe. Space players are in charge of the frog. Time players are in charge of the scratch, which is the disc that resets the game if everything goes completely wrong and there's no way to win. Basically, they scratch the disc and it will reset all of the game and wipe it completely. They are the hard reset button if things cannot be repaired and are going down no matter what. Sylph does what again? Sylph is really unexplained. Nobody's ever hit God tier in Sylph and used it in any meaningful way, but theoretically they are healers. They heal their aspect in some way. Theoretically, take that with a grain of salt. Only one prospect player? Well, hold on. Only one so far. Another Durst streamer. All right, Bonzo Inaka, prospect player. Thaumaturge Tumult, he's a Rust Blood. He is the Seer of Blood, meaning he sees and understands bonds perfectly. He would be somebody who plays Matchmaker or holds Tempriz. He would be somebody who really truly understands the bonds between people and could use that for good or ill, and hopefully could find ways to like truly hold a party together. Right? Right. He's that low? He is in fact that low. Josuiji Shinri, Chum Handle, Cyprinus Abhorrent. A Jade Blood, also the Rogue of Mind, Moon Prospect. I see Shinri as somebody who is, again, this is the fan interpretation of him, the Stars fans interpretation. I see him as somebody who is seen as nurturing or motherly or fatherly, somebody who is calm and a pacifying force to be around. So I think that makes him a Jade Blood since they are responsible for tending to troll babies down in the brooding caverns. Also, I think that he is somebody that would be interesting as a Ronin character because Jade Bloods who are taken off planet don't have babies to take care of anymore. So I'm curious about how they would function in a military context. And I imagine being at the very middle of the caste system, they would neither be super expendable, but nor super important to the command structure. So maybe like individual wanderers who go around and take on like Solid Snake style missions. Anyway, as the Rogue of Mind, he would steal mind and then distribute it amongst his allies. He would literally steal mind, as in like brain space, and distribute it. And I see this as somebody who's informative, somebody who is good at like understanding like causality, systems, structure, things like that, and then explaining it to others. But as an actual force, he could literally maybe like cast stupidity or cast forget or cast mind wipe on an opponent and then like increase the mental faculties of people around him or help them see alternate realities or timelines by being like, actually, if you did this, and this. He could do like a Doctor Strange predict the future and then help others see that type of shit. He could rob memories. He could unlock memories. Because he steals to give to others. That's what rogues do. That's OP. Every class spec is OP in its own right. Every class spec is OP in its own right. All right, we've got Gerard T. Rexford, the Cretaceous Tyrant. He is a Violet Blood. He is the Prince of Light, and his moon is Prospect. He is a 1-to-1 anagram of Eridan, which is fair because that's just who Gerard is as a person. As the Prince of Light, light is the aspect of both luck, but also truth. He would destroy truth and destroy luck actively. He's not somebody who does it passively. He actively destroys it. Bard and Prince are two sides of the same coin. Bards passively destroy things without choosing to do it. Princes seek it out and destroy it. He would actively destroy truth. He would actively look for it, find it, and break it, and luck too. No Fanon clarifying statement in that one? Oh, sorry, the Fanon of Gerard. Wait, is that character, he's a scammer in lore? No. Thanks, Alexander, for the soup. Jurachan knows what he's doing, huh? No. I mean, a lot of these characters, they may never live up to the potential of their full class. Who knows? This could be a really powerful class, right? This would be a class who could, like, eliminate crits entirely from enemies, right? No luck for you. You don't get that. It could be an enemy who inherently destroys truth. Like, maybe they somehow wield illusions, even. Is that inherently natural to the light aspect? No, but as a Prince of Light, maybe he alchemizes some sort of suit that makes multiples of himself seem to be around him at all times because he's obfuscating the truth. Maybe he's very good at finding, like, you know, networks of information amongst enemies and killing agents in that network. When I say that the class specs are meta, I mean they are fucking meta. They can manifest in so many different ways, right? So many different ways. Like, Gerard, as a character, could be somebody who destroys truth by destroying information networks. He could be somebody who destroys truth by creating falsehoods or illusions or, you know, obfuscating things around his opponents. He could be somebody who destroys truth literally by gouging out somebody's eyes. It could manifest itself as destroying luck. There's so many ways this could happen. He could destroy through truth. He could deliver such an unwanted truth to somebody that he breaks their psyche. The point is, you can manifest your powers in a lot of ways. He's the reason you have -1 luck. Yes, my proximity to Gerard is probably what... In this narrative, it would be my proximity to Gerard that created the -1 luck around me, probably. He's probably actively, accidentally destroying my luck at all times. Is that real? Is that actually what's happening in the real world? Maybe, you motherfucker. No, it's not. But it would be fun as a way to tie the characters together in a story, yes. All right, we've got Gold Bullet, Gilded Arsenal. He is a Bronze Blood. He is the Maid of Heart, and his moon is Durse. Maids repair or keep in good condition their aspect, meaning he would be somebody who keeps in good condition the heart, which is the soul or the self or your sense of who you are. His whole arc would be about learning to both understand himself and uphold that to its truest extent, in my mind. And then also, he could use that to others. Now, heart might seem like a lame aspect. Everybody's like, ooh, I don't like heart. Heart can also manifest itself as literal soul projections. There is a canonical Prince of Heart who makes soul manifestations of himself that can help him fight or invade other people's brains and talk to them and influence them. I'm not kidding. There is a character who imagines this Prince of Heart in his head and asks him for advice, and eventually the Prince of Heart learns to wield that imagined version of himself, because heart has to do with the self and all versions of yourself, which is pretty fucking cool, dude. Heart players almost always have some sort of conflict or crisis of identity, and it often manifests itself in multiple versions of themselves. The character I'm talking about is named Dirk Strider. He is good with robots and accidentally makes an AI version of himself. He makes a robot version of himself. He has an imaginary version of himself, and he's also got the alternate universe version of himself in the main kid's timeline. The point is, heart players, even without the aspect influencing themselves, often have some crisis of identity or struggle to understand themselves, and their arc is about growing to understand themselves if they ever reach that point, and then wielding those alternate versions often as a weapon. They're also good manipulators a lot of the time. Not that I'm saying that about Goldie, because he's not. I don't think Nepeta ever realized her potential as a heart player, unfortunately, Alucial. I think Goldie would start closer to Nepeta, and at his full potential would be closer to Dirk. Anyway, we've got Octavio, Chum Handle, Tailored Conductor, Blood Cerulean Class Mage, Aspect Void, Moon Prospect. Void has to do with the opposite of space. It is the absence of things. It is, darkness. It is the inability to be perceived. It is also opposed to light because it is inherently the lack of truth. It is the lack of clarity. Void players can manipulate things like, black holes or unreality. There's a Void player who can make things real by pulling them from nothing. They sculpt unreality into something, which is fucking cool. The narrative hates focusing on Void players. They tend to get moved away from the limelight pretty frequently because they are inherently blacking out being perceived. It is just around them. His dolls would be a manifestation of void. They lack soul, they lack persona, they lack life, but they are, in ways, stand-ins for real connection. And that's interesting. That's cool. As a cerulean, they would be known manipulators, hence the strings. Also, ceruleans, for some reason, can have some sort of weird mental abilities, hence the strings. So yeah, pretty cool. Also, yes, it is a reference to Heartless. It is a direct ha-ha-hee-hee. You're welcome. There's a lot of good things that go into this. Crimzon Rulez, Cantankerous, Garrulity, Teal, because I'm a Libra and I say so, but no, not really. I think I would probably fit a little nicer into maybe Gold? Possibly Rust? But Teal's fine because it's available and I wanted to try and get all the blood types. Class Knight, Aspect, Doom, Moon Durst. As a Knight of Doom, at his worst, Crimzon Rulez would be somebody who actively did not want Doom and tried to repair Doom in some way. At his best, he would wield Doom as a weapon. A Knight of Doom might be able to literally wield a, like, Doom blade, like a bad luck or a death blade. At their... You know, they might be able to fight for their aspect. Knights use their aspect as a weapon, but they also protect their aspect. They are the sword and shield of their aspect. Does that make sense? So, like, a Knight of Doom might protect Doom by ensuring that Doom timelines come out how they're supposed to, or ensuring that, like, Doom proceeds as it is supposed to, even if somebody doesn't want it to happen. They might be the type of character who sees how important it is that things play out according to structure, because Doom also has to do with inevitability. It has to do with prophecy and the coming of things that cannot be changed, which can be bad or it can be good depending on how you wield it. Doom is a weird aspect and it can be hard to use. Why is the Moon Durst so common? Durst and Prospect are equally distributed amongst all of them, actually. There are 10 players, 5 Dursts, 5 Prospect. Doom is both death and fate. Yeah. It is also inherently tied to Doom timelines, and most Doomed characters die in their session. Almost no Doom player, as far as I know, makes it through their session. Solix, our main Doom character, dies 3 separate times despite having more extra lives than anybody in the game. The Heir of Doom literally uses his power so hard to fight some unstoppable threat that he blows his mind apart and becomes a simpering madman and then dies. And the Prophet of Doom, who is also the Heir of Doom, is in fact the battery that is implanted in the ship I told you about in another universe. He is not just doomed, he is doomed to an eternity of unkillable torment as a battery for a ship that tortures him at all times. Doom's not a good aspect for most people. I'm assuming it is an incredibly hard to use good aspect. Or an incredibly hard to use well aspect. Doom players tend to be like critical uh-oh buttons. They use their powers once and then die doing it. It is often a sacrificial role. That doesn't mean it has to be, but we have not seen a Doom player have a good ending. Yes, a Prince of Doom or a Bard of Doom would inherently subvert or destroy Doom, which is interesting. It's one of the less understood aspects, for sure. And I think that's cool. All right, that's it. That is the end of the slideshow. I went 20 minutes over time. I meant to go 2 hours. I went 2 hours and 20 minutes. Now we're going to make fan trolls. Question, if you're willing, says Vinny. Oh, I'm always willing. Thanks for the soup. Why do you think Troll Flayon could be villain? So I think that time players are never seen as betraying their party. The main villain in Homestuck is the ultimate time player, and that's scary because time is such a powerful aspect to wield. Time and space are objectively the best aspects, but they also come with the most responsibility and the heaviest weight on their shoulders. Because they kind of have to be used, right? Like, you can't avoid it. Like a Doom player, if they were like, oh, I don't want to be a sacrificial lamb. I don't want to make the big sacrifice play, and I'm scared it will doom me, could just choose not to use their powers or fulfill their destiny, right? Where time and space players have to participate to make the game work. If they don't participate, they lose. So they're very powerful, but they also have a lot of responsibility on their shoulders. However, I think that Flayon is very smart. I think that Flayon is very smart and has a little bit of darkness in his heart. And I think a time player that was a villain would be very interesting. I think as a gold troll, he would have an inherent reason to dislike the structure of society, but I also think he himself as a person is divorced enough from society and understands people well enough to be a very good Machiavellian scheming villain. Add on to that the ability to travel backwards and forwards through multiple timelines, and he suddenly becomes incredibly dangerous and hard to deal with. It would be very hard to even know he was betraying you until it was too late. Machiavellian. Yeah, Machiavellian. So how do you think a Knight of Doom would be able to help a space player with their main objective? So space players typically breed the Genesis frog, and that doesn't really need anybody to use their powers like it could. Obviously, Dave did. I'm not sure how a Knight of Doom would help a space player achieve their objective, except for probably wielding Doom as a weapon, which is the unfun job of culling all of the frogs that don't have the right genetic code, I would assume. It would be somebody who just goes through and destroys the frogs that don't sit in the right space. I don't think Machinex Flaon's psychic powers, because trolls didn't have psychic powers, would manifest as laser eyes. I think he would manifest as a technomancer, the ability to interface with and communicate with and control technology mentally. I think that'd be really cool. It's true. Maybe Battle fucks up the genetic code so much he makes super aggressive ultra frogs and a Knight of Doom has to fight them. Who knows? There's a lot of fun ways you could take the narrative. Anyway, that's been a lot of fun. I'm done talking about slideshows now because I say so. And I want to talk about art. It's art. So, art time. Let's make a fan troll. This will not, I repeat, this will not be a Holostar troll. This is just a fan troll. Fan troll in the raw. As is. And I say this so that you don't get your hopes up that I'm about to design, or rather get your hopes down, up, I don't know. So that you don't think I'm just gonna like rehash one we already have, because I'm not. Whoop. I gotta move my color wheel up here, hold on. I'm also gonna draw in the traditional Homestuck way. What is the traditional Homestuck way, you find yourself asking? Like this, very pixelated brush, very close up, and I'm gonna be using a mouse today. Here we go. New gen teaser. You caught me. Also, enjoy the Homestuck fan art slideshow up there. It's great. Isn't it great? Let's go. I am not actually using MS Paint. I'm using CSB because I'm lazy and I didn't want to set up a new capture, but I'm going to draw as if it were MS Paint. Ooh, this song kind of goes. What is this? So, here's what I would like you to do. Do this with me. Make fan trolls. Let's go. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make a fan troll and then I'm going to post it on social media. And I hope you'll do the same. I hope what's going to happen is I'm going to make a post after this stream. And then you can all post under my post with your fan trolls and give me a little bit of lore. Maybe you could tell me a little bit about their narrative, maybe their arc as a character if you want to do that, if you have that planned out enough. But if not, you can just tell me about their blood type, maybe like how they view society or just fun quirks about them, a little bit of their history. Twitter has inherently limited space, so just think about what you think is most interesting about that character and give it to me. Either how that relates to how they play the game, if they play the game, if they're an adult troll, how it relates to like how they function in society. Maybe they're an adult troll who plays the game, which we've yet to see. That could be kind of cool. Reply to my post, I think. We'll save the tag. I was going to say do Crimzon Muse, but who knows how many fan trolls get slapped in there, and then somebody down the road is going to be like, can I put my fan troll in it now? And I'll be like, I guess so, but people are going to be confused why Crimzon Rulez is like, Crimzon Muse is coded in fucking fan trolls and not Ruze, and that would just get confusing. So just reply to the post. It's fine. Any non-Twitter locations? I'll tell you what, I will cross-post my post of my fan troll onto YouTube, and you can post it there in the community tab. How's that sound? Are there trolls of building or farming? Yeah, there's trolls of everything. Most times, as far as architecture goes, though, that is handled by the drones, believe it or not. When a troll is adopted by a Lucis, they find the place where they want to put their hive, which is what they call their homes, and then they contact the drones who quickly build it. But They only get to do that once, and then they're locked into that forever. However, there must be troll architects out and about in the universe, and there's definitely troll farmers. We've seen them. Typically, Rust Bloods and Bronze Bloods are farmers. It's considered low-tier work. Yeah, I'll post on Blue Sky as well. Yeah. Dun, dun, dun. Let me grab a new color. 1 second. I'm just gonna grab a gray here. What is troll gray to me? Can we post troll sonas? Yeah, of course. I don't care. Be my guest. I probably should. Okay, so first things first, I should probably change the background color here to not gray, but I also don't want to blind you guys. Do we want to go with like sort of a bluish color maybe? Let's do like a bluish color and just agree we're not going to make an indigo. But if I do gray, then it's going to be hard to tell the troll is there. Honestly, maybe even blue is too heavy. Maybe I do like a sort of paper color, like a nice sort of sandy, like brownish orange. This has been fascinating. Tempted to pick Homestuck back up. I only read a little bit when it was first coming out. Also, I've had you on speaker. My grandma wants to know how you can talk so much. It's my secret power. I could talk forever. I never stop talking, in fact. Thank you. Thank you, Grandmama. You may hear. Hello! You guys want to do like a pink paper? Okay, we'll do like a pink paper. Okay. Oh no, I can't change the paper color? What the fuck? Just let me do it. Okay, fine. I'll do it like this, and then I'll do a new layer. That might be too pink. Let's soften that a bit. There we go. Much better. Much better on my eyeballs. Dum 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 dum. Oh. Oh. I only know Homestuck through your stream, so I'll do my part by liking everybody else's posts. Okay. So since you're a troll, what would your loosest be? That's a great question. Probably something very taciturn and hard to predict its personality at any given moment. If I had to pick based off my own upbringing and childhood and what probably influenced me to be the way I am, something explosive, volatile, and hard to predict its personality. I kept my promise for Twitter. I have now been inspired to bring back my old show, so let's go, vintage! What do you think of Bar to Heart? They're pretty all right, I guess. Revamp your old trolls. Do it, guys. Do it. Revamp your old trolls and put them on the post. Put them on the post. I'm not even... You know what? It's not a one-comment thing either. Just do a comment thread. Keep commenting on your own shit. Is that Garbus Battle with fucking clown horns? No way. Talk about fan art. Anyway, I'm not even... I'm not going to limit you. Make a comment thread on your own shit. Put as many fucking fan trolls as you want in there. Be my guest. Is that another... All right, you guys got to stop drawing troll battle. Hey! Hey! It's got nothing to do with this! That's okay, Gamer Woomy. Check this out. Listen, here, I'll tell you what. Wait a minute. All right, check this out. I'll show you how to make troll easy. So what you want to do is you want to pick a color, and this is a flat color. You want to zoom in so much that you can barely see what you're working with, right? You want to zoom in so much you can barely see what you're working with, and then just draw pixelated. It doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be perfect, right? Homestuck is inherently a very like light art style. Here, let me pull up a reference image actually. Let's say let's decide what kind of troll we want to make first of all. Pick a blood color, and I'll work with that. Oh! Because Andrew Hussey, the author, had a pretty light art style too, originally. Okay, I see. Okay, there's a lot going on. Okay. Interesting. A lot of golds at first. Rust, lime, jade, bronze, fuchsia, lime, jade, indigo, green, blurple. Oh no. Blurple? You mean indigo? Some teals, okay. I'm not gonna do a poll because I'm lazy. Don't worry, I got your Nightcore right here. Monster, how should I do? Stamina potion color. Okay, so I'm not gonna do teal because I have a bias for teals as a Libra. Hee. I'll tell you what, I'll do. Nah, my first fan troll was an indigo, the only fan troll I ever made, actually. So I don't want to do that either. Let's do like, I need a darker gray than this, first of all. Let's see what that looks like. Oh, that blends into the pink so bad. Wow, that blends into the pink. Maybe I have to draw on white paper, but I really don't want to draw on white paper. You know what? We'll do something. We'll do almost white. Annoying, but it is what it is. Ah! Sorry. Bum. I never made a jade. Jade could be fun. Ooh. What's the Nepeta axle color? So that's olive, and that's pretty interesting because they often are very feral. They don't have to be, but they often are. Yeah, we'll do the off-white. It's fine, and I'll just do like a slightly darker gray for skin. All right, whoever said they don't have art skills earlier, here you go. This is how simple this is. Draw like a shape. Let's say we want to get like a little face in there. Boom, 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 boom. Bam, there's my troll face shape. Let's give them a little ear. Let's go ahead and say that they are... and because it's pixely, it's very, very forgiving. Let's say that this one's an olive blood, and you know what? Let's give him a slightly longer face. Let's make this an adult olive blood who has participated in the wars. TM. Okay. Got our little ear there. Easy peasy. Let's go ahead and say that this is an adult olive blood who's participated in the wars. TM. And that they... what's an interesting arc for an olive blood? They were probably shock troopers or like infiltrators of some sort, assuming that they belong to the whole like speed category, because olive bloods tend to be speedy bruisers. They probably have a lot of scars. They tend to be very strong. They tend to be very dangerous inherently. They are very good guerrilla warfare fighters, but they're also just good upfront fighters. I mean, olive bloods are just dangerous in general. They have a sort of like a killer instinct. They're almost predatory in a way. How about like an olive blood, maybe not an assassin, because I feel like that's a little on the nose. Let's do like an olive blood. Maybe something to do with explosives? That could be kind of fun. Mechanic could be interesting. Paladin, wow. Scout's not bad, that's cool. Bombardier. Fur trader. I do wonder how trade works within the Troll Empire since it spans multiple planets. Okay, sure. All right, let's do this. So here's an interesting take on this. Let's say it's an Olive Blood who served in the conquest of a planet, right? They served as a soldier in the conquest of a specific planet, and that after that planet was conquered, they air quotes retired and became a fur trader from that planet and fuel the fur trade from that planet to the rest of the empire. So now they live on that planet and they hunt the local like fauna and trade some of that out, you know, to the rest of the empire as like a export. That could be cool. Are there any rainbow blooded trolls? No, but there are rainbow drinkers, which are trolls' cultural equivalent to vampires. They're called rainbow drinkers because they drink the blood of other trolls, and they can walk under the heat of the very deadly suns on the Alternian trolls' homeworld. They tend to have very like reflective ice white skin and are called rainbow drinkers and are theoretically all mythological, except one actually exists, and it's one of the main characters, believe it or not, which is kind of crazy. All right, so we want to get an eye shape for this person. They're probably relatively like dour looking because they've been around for a while. Maybe they've got like, you know, bags under their eyes. They've existed for a long time and they've seen a lot. Since we're working with pixel art, it's pretty easy to just kind of, you know, give him some eye shape. Give him a little. See how easy this is? I'm not an artist and I'm doing it. You could do it too. I'm just going to give them a black eye because I don't feel like drawing their eye color in. So we're just going to do something like this and we'll give them another eyelash to make it evident they have those. Maybe like emphasize these ones a little bit more. Yeah. Do something like this and something like this. Something like this. Oops. Okay, then we would assume that there's like a nasal thing here, but I'm too lazy to do that. We'll give him like sort of an unimpressed face. How about that? We'll do like one of these, you know, and then maybe we give him some fun fangs. Trolls can have different fang shapes. Let's give them, I want to do like an orc tooth, I think, because I think that's kind of fun, but only one. They have one little orc tooth. And then we'll do, let's take a darker gray shade. I'm going to use this for shading purposes. So I'm going to do like, ironically, I'm showing Ruze to my grandma later this month. I was going to him later explain what are VTubers in your own words when she's around? Oh, this should be good. Yeah, you do that. You let me know when you're talking to grandmama. We're just going to use negative space here to create like sort of the impression of a nose, even if there is no nose. Okay. And then we want to do like a little eyebrow real quick. Okay, and then I'm going to actually redraw a couple of these little details with the darker shade because I'm going to fill in everything else with gray. What? I don't know how that just happened, but okay. Paint bucket tool ain't paint bucketing. You ain't paint bucketing right, brother. I might have to trace that because I don't want the weird shades on the sides. That's fine. I'll just trace it. Okay, easy peasy. We got a little dour troll here, a little olive blood. Probably a little bit disillusioned with troll society, etc., etc. Ooh, etc., etc. And then I'm just going to quickly paint bucket the rest of this in because I'm lazy. I forgot about negative space. I'm dumb. Sorry. Grab like a yellow for the eye. What the hell? Why is that? Okay, well, you know what? Paint bucket ain't gonna work, I guess. Maybe I should have done this in Microsoft Paint. This is what I get for not following the old texts. The old way. I was a fool. A coward, even. Doing this with a mouse is so hard. Hey, don't do what I do. Don't use a mouse. I'm kidding, use a mouse. So this is how I learned that my mouse sensitivity is too high, making a fan troll. That's crazy work, dude. Technically, that should be like more of an orangey color, but it's fine. CSP, you have to set the line art as the reference layer to use the fill tool. What the fuck? This is my line art. I don't know. Anyway, I'm not worried about it. Don't worry about it too much, guys. It's okay. It's okay. We'll figure it out. We're just gonna make our little fan troll. We're just gonna be real quick about this. I thought that was white. It is white. These little like small spots, you really gotta work hard. Damn. Had to add to my previous donuts to finish the collection of meaningful Homestuck. 413. 413. Thank you, Kingdom. Oh, turn off the anti-aliasing? I didn't even know that was on. Let's try that. Why does Trolloof look like she's been through 3 divorces, has 2 kids, a mortgage, and an unfinished mowed lawn? Because they've been through a war. They've been through a troll war. It was shit. It sucked for them. I don't know why it's doing that, but so be it, I guess. I don't know. Maybe I'll go a layer up and fix it in a second. We'll just add a second layer here in a second and watch this. That didn't work either. I lied. I'm sorry. My bad. Why is your distress noise a seal? Do I have to do this manually? What a nightmare. What a nightmare. It's fine. We'll make it work. We'll make it work. Oh, what if we gave him a cool eye patch? Ooh. Eye patch troll? You want to do an eye patch troll? I think the tolerance is too... I love this song. I think the tolerance is too high. Tolerance, negative. Nope, I didn't fix it. Oh. What the hell is area scaling? Oh. Oh, the area scaling was too high. We fixed it. It's okay, everybody. It's okay. Nobody panic. Everything's fine. I figured it out. But now my mouse is being really lame. So you'll have to give me a second. I gotta make this a little smaller. Behold, pixel art. The nightmare that is. Homestuck soup, just for shits and giggles. I'm just going to do a headshot of this troll, and then we'll do like a little sprite of the body, and I'll show you how easy that is. Because some people are probably like, I can't do this, dude. That's too much. And it's like, yeah, okay, that's fair. Actually, maybe we move over to our little sprite first, and then we'll finish the headshot after. We've got our basics, right? We've got our backstory. We've got our general vibe. They're a little sad. They're a little worn out. They're a tired fur trader, a tired galactic fur trader. I think that's kind of cool. Dude, my mouse is going nutty on not wanting to work. What's happening? Okay, now it's working. We're good. Oh, nope. No, it's not. All right. So let's do a little sprite real quick, shall we? So we're just gonna do like a quick troll sprite here. These are easy. These are you follow the basics. You draw a circle, right? Whoop. Wow, that was a really good circle with my mouse, huh? So you get like a sort of circular. Wow. Don't ever let me play an FPS. Don't ever let me play an FPS. I will paint a halo around my enemies. It'll be the most lopsided halo you've ever seen. That'll work. I have turned Clip Studio Paint into a machine. Okay, and then we just take everything else is drawn in like harsh, like jet black colors. So we want to take like the bottom of the face. I know this seems like a weird place to put the eyes, but they tend to sit really low on Homestuck sprites. Then we do a mouth. I'm literally gonna have to do this 1 pixel at a time. Crazy. We do our mouth, then we do our eyes. The eyes are, you know, a little tired. A little tired. Just like that. Okay, then we take our yellow, we do a little bucket. Just like that. And then we take our gray. See, we've already done it. We've already made a troll. We already did it. Now we just got to decide on hair and horns and we're good to go. So this is an olive blood. Olive bloods tend to have some sort of animalistic bent to their horns. It is not always like that. That does change depending on the troll. But it is an easy point of reference at first. So let's go with like deer horns. Oh, to reference their hunting nature, huh? That could be interesting. I could see that. Deer horns, huh? I was gonna say maybe something like natural, like deer horns, beetle horns, pine cones could be cool. Let's start with like a dark orange because that's gonna be the basis of their horn. Actually, let's do their hair first. Let's do their hair. Let's get the hair out of the way. What do we think for like a fur trade trapper? Let's do something fun. We'll do like a sort of this shape and then maybe like this shape. This shape. It doesn't have to be exact. Homestuck's hair is drawn all sorts of fucking bonkers, wild. Maybe we do like okay, so maybe we have like a little whatever those are called. The shape. Yeah, we'll do like one of those, and then we'll have it like I don't know. Let's give it like a we'll have our troll have like a flared hairstyle. Easy as that. See how simple that was? And then we just gotta figure out what we're gonna do with the bangs. Good night, Hikari. Oh, you think there's gonna be a VOD? You're so funny. Sure, that's easy enough. Very simple, very quick hairstyle. Boom, bam, boom, bam, boom. Okay, so she's got like a flared hairstyle, little orc tooth. Oops. And through a little contrast, we've already made our little troll for the most part. We just got to give her like a outfit and we're good to go. Is that like a bob? Is that what you would call that? Is that a bob maybe? Bed hair? Yeah, every troll's got bed hair. It's what they get for sleeping in slime all the time. Let's give her horns. So we gotta start with like sort of a red orange. Let's say our horn shape is gonna be, I don't know, let's just fuck around, we'll find out. Start with the closest horn. Sure, let's try for like sort of deer antler style. Nothing too crazy big, but we'll do like a branching horn. Let me do a brighter orange. And then we'll do like more of a yellow. It's supposed to be sort of a cream yellow, honestly. So something more like this, I imagine. Yeah. It dawns on me I don't know how deer antlers work. Maybe I don't want to do a deer. That looks like a volcano. Let's do like a goat horn with deer swirls? I'm sorry, what? So a Pyrenean ibex. They've got like the hook back horns. Okay, yeah, I could see something like that. Okay, so that would be like a shape. Here, I'm just gonna draw the shape real quick. So it's a shape like this, and then it curls around itself almost. So it does like this shape. Okay, and then sort of does that again. I kind of want to emphasize that these, yeah. There we go. Sure, why not? Boop, bop, boop, bop. Perspective's easy when you're drawing pixels. I love it. Okay, then we just take our color here again. What I'm going to do is I'm going to cut off a layer here. So let's say we'll start the lighter orange around here, but we're going to give the illusion that it's rounded. So something like that. Make sure these aren't connecting so that I can dye this one back. Boop, boop. And then we take this, boop, and bam, bam. Just like that, baby. Isn't that easy? You too can make your own fan trolls at home with these 3 easy steps. Oh, side note, the older your trolls are, the bigger their horns tend to get. So, yep, just keep that in mind. If you want to get fancy with it, you could add bumps on this because the ibex tends to have like ridges on their horns. I'm not going to do that because we're just speedrunning making some fan troll. But you could. You could. All right, now we're going to give him an outfit. And she's probably going to be wearing, I don't know, like let's start with black, obviously, because this is easy. They tend not to bother drawing the arms on fan trolls at first. They just draw like the body, essentially. Very Flash Games character of them. And then there's usually some sort of leg plan going on here. Okay, cool. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, I do want to touch this up a little bit. Like, most of the trolls in the main story just wear a black shirt and gray pants with whatever their symbol is on the shirt. I'm not going to do that because I think that doesn't make much sense for a character who's probably post-military and current trapper. So I'm thinking something a little bit more to represent what it is that they do. So maybe they've got like a little fur-lined collar here or something like that. You know what I mean? Like something that kind of puffs up and flares out a bit. Maybe they've also got... something that hints at their military like past on them. I don't know what that is yet, but I'll figure it out. Thanks. Because of this, I took a quiz to see what my class pick was, and I got Page of Space. Time to deep dive, understanding nothing, and stare at a wall. Let's go! Take the class pick quiz. You won't. Okay, so they got their little like fur-lined thing. I'm not going to draw their hand. Let's go ahead and say we give them like maybe like a little breastplate, but just the one. And then their symbol will be on that breastplate. So let's go ahead and actually, we'll increase the size of that for the sake of the sprite. They'll have a little belt strap across it. Boom, bam, boom. And we're already quickly making, this is a speedrun fan troll if I've ever seen it. Love it. Love to see it. Love to see it. All right, and their pants are going to be like maybe a little fluffed out and then popped back in pants. Like maybe they have like little puffy legs almost. You know what I mean? They're like tightened around the foot or whatever. There we go. Nice. So you got sort of like, you know, like pants that have a bit of puff to them, but then they get tight around the foot so you can walk through water and shit with higher boots. Easy peasy. Got funky little body plan going on here. Very cute, very silly. And importantly, easy to doodle. You gotta keep these simple to draw, because you'd probably be making a couple of these sprites at least. Hey, yo, who whispering? Honestly, those legs might even be too long, but it's all right. We'll call it even for now. It's fine. It's fine. I think the shoes added too much length to the leg, if I'm being real with you, but I ain't too worried about it. I'll tell you what. I'll tone down the puffy pants a bit, and we'll bring it back in. Put it about here. Yeah, that's about right. Nice. Yippee! Are you guys making your fan trolls? You better be making your fan trolls, or I'm gonna piss your bed. This looks kind of like goat legs. I just realized. You know what? That's the artistic process, baby. You learn as you go. Oh no, they're ibex legs. My fan troll does not have ibex legs. I did not do that on purpose. Sounds like some Final Destination. All thoughts, no items type shit. Genetic mutation, ibex legs, go. Cool, good enough for me. We're gonna quickly tie off the top of the boots. So boots are here, boots are here, which means the puff needs to be a little bit less there, which is fine. Yippee! Okay, cute. There's our little fan troll. Let's give them a little olive-blooded signature sign. What color's olive? Let's see. Olive. It's like a sort of washed out green, right? What is the olive signature? It's Leo, so that's like an N shape with a circle at the end. Let's do like a, instead of an N, what if we did like a trapper's manacle type of deal, you know what I mean? And then we do like a chain coming off of it. Good enough for me. All right. Hey, bro, thanks for getting me into Homestuck. Legit, I wish I had given it a chance when I was a teenager, but better late than never. Hell yeah. No problem, gamer. I'm here to make things worse for you. Okay, so here's a funny little note. I did not realize Homestuck characters' outlines are actually drawn in gray, believe it or not. A very dark gray, but still gray. The same gray that is right here, I believe. So just real quickly, let's go ahead and adjust that, so I can fill in all of this as gray. This is probably to make up for the fact that they wear all black most of the time for the main characters, so they needed a reason to, like, you know, be able to fill in black for the shirts and stuff. So that checks out. Okay, so let's say we go with like a sort of black for the shirt, because trolls are not an aesthetic species and do not typically care about aesthetics. We'll go with that. We'll go with like a sort of military green, maybe, like sort of to touch on the olive lineage for the pants. Okay, that's a little too green. I don't like that. Let's go with more of a faded color. Yeah. And then we'll do a fur color. I don't know, like we'll go with like a cream or something for that. And then let's do like a silver for the chest plate. Yeah. And we'll do brown for the belt. We don't want too many colors. We don't want to get crazy with colors. Actually, you know what? I can't do black for the belt. Okay, we'll do brown. Hold on. We don't want to get too funky with it because we don't want our troll to have too much flavor. Too much flavor. Okay, there's our troll. See? Easy as that. Uh-oh, my mouse is doing the thing again. Hold on. Sometimes my mouse just wants to disconnect. I don't know what that's about. There you go. Made a fan troll. That's simple. Yay, a little fan troll. Now let's go ahead and make the actual character a little bit more, shall we? I need to cheat for this eye because I don't want to redraw this eye. So I'm just going to copy, paste it, reverse it, and then squish it, I think. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, you're right. It's pixel art. Arc? Survival Evolved? It's pixel art. It might not work with copy paste. I might have to just manually do this. All right, we'll manually. You know what? I'll just do it until I get it right, I guess. That's the nature art, baby. This is my pixel arc. Okay, that might be too little. Hold on. It's a little bit one-to-one, so it doesn't create any sense of perspective, but you know what? Maybe that's okay. Let me just do like eyelash coming off of there. Do a little bump in the eyelid a bit. Do that shape. Do one of the do one of these. Gotta be very subtle with our use of pixels here at this point because we're like really working with very little space on that side. That's okay though. Came here knowing nothing about Homestuck. We'll leave with a bit more knowledge thanks to your pedagogical teaching style. I don't know what that means, but you're welcome, Johanna. Thank you. For 4 months. Is that eating up too much of the eye? Probably. Ugh. Shape's hard. Do I care? No. It's good enough for me. I'll take it. Anyway, let's keep it moving, shall we? Okay. Nice. Okay. Now, where was I? Oh, yeah. I think this is the color, right? Let's double check. Yep. Okay. He's a very tired old trapper.
Tired of the space war, Grandpa. Tired of trapping random animals on this planet, Grandpa.
That's too damn bad. You know what? I failed to do was carry this eye forward far enough, I think is the problem we're running into here. I was trying to create perspective, so I made the eye slightly shortened, but I think it just creates a sense of like something missing more than anything. That's a little bit better. But that does mean that I need this black line to go a little further forward. Too far. And then I need the gray to... No, actually the gray being there is good. We're good. Okay, so we're good now. We add like a little bit of shading here just to show that like, yup, they're tired. The war will continue until morale improves. Okay. That's a tired troll right there. All right, we get a little bit of hair in here. Boom, 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 boom. What does their hair look like? I should zoom out a bit. Okay. Good enough for me. So let's go ahead and take this opportunity to maybe define the hair just a little bit more. So there's like a shape here. There's a shape there. It clearly has like a big swoop here that creates like a slight upturn. It's not crazy, but there is a slight upturn on that swoop. And then this kind of comes back around. Say that's like a hairline, yeah. Okay. And then we've got one of these. Got it. And then we've got sort of this shape, and it comes down into like a heavy point. Down. And then I guess they've got a bit of a just woke up here, yeah. Sure. You know what this is kind of looking like? It's kind of looking like Lady from what is it? Devil May Cry? That's all right though. Yippee! Okay. I've never played a Devil May Cry game. I should. Now they just look kind of sad. They just look kind of sad. That's okay. All right, so let's quickly draw the shape of the horns. This one's gonna be, oh wait, I almost forgot. Sorry, hold on. Seen some stuff, yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna have this one go largely just back, I think. So it's gonna have kind of this shape. Oops, uh-oh. Sorry. But then I want it to have like sort of that, yeah, but like that thing going on. Ah! Fuck. Okay, and then we want to take this color and we're gonna redraw this line and then draw down a little bit more circular. There we go. And then we're gonna draw a little bit circular there. Okay, perfect. And then ta-da! Okay, that might be too soon. All right, let's try it like that. And then we'll try it like that. I might need to readjust this line. That's okay. We'll do it manually. Fuck it, we'll do it live. There we go. And then we erase this. And then we take this color and fill this in. Boop-a-doo. Doo-doo. Doo-doo. Boop. Up. Whoopsies. It's okay. It's still under control, probably. Yeah, it's still under control. We're fine. See? It's completely under control. I had it the whole time. Okay, and then we take one of these. We put it here, and this, that, this, and that. And then we take one of these, and we do this, that, this. And I almost filled that in, but I really shouldn't, because that would be bad. I like how this horn just ends behind the. You know what? It's fine. You get the picture. I don't need to fix that because I don't wanna. Leave me alone. Welcome into those just now making it here. Hello. Today I'm making a fan troll, and you're just gonna have to deal with it. I'm kidding. Make one with me. Okay, there we go. We got little horns here. She's sad. She's a little sad. She's working on it, though. And then we just got to really get like sort of the neckline, I guess. And we'll do like the bust up of the head. And then I kind of want to work on the looses instead. So this is like a older troll. So let's give them like a little bit more of a neck. I think the talk sprites or the other trolls tend to be a little thin. We'll do like that shape. And then we'll do cut off of the shirt. But then we've got sort of the fur lining here. So we want to add that in. That's going to dominate the shoulder a bit. And then we want to do the little breastplate she's wearing. And then we'll just do like a shoulder down. Okay. Oh, right. And a belt. Okay, I'm going too far down with this. I'm going way too far down with this. I don't need to go that far. All right, let's create a cutoff here so I can just cut off the actual sprite. Okay, so first things first, let's redraw our symbol on the breastplate. It's going to be like a shape of circle with a chain coming off of it, right? Well, theoretically, the circle should be the biggest part.
Oh, my music, it stopped.
Chain should be tinier. Perfect. Perfect. Doop, doop. Yippee! Not gonna stress too much about the details there. You get the idea. My tunes! Yeah, where are my tunes, dude? What happened? Hey! Hey! Thank you. See how easy this is? Gosh, this game's for babies, dude. Make yourself a fan troll. Do yourself a favor. Make yourself a fan troll. A little fur trapper. A little fur trapper fan troll. Okay. They're very tired. It's a very sleepy troll. Clavicle. Clavicle. I didn't need to do the clavicle detail, but I can. Nothing that could really stop me. Clavicle. Okay, there's our tired fan troll. Boom, done. Goofy fucking hair, goofy fucking sprite, bam, bam, bam. That's the first fan troll I've made. I've literally made one fan troll in my life. This is the second fan troll I've ever made in my life. You're welcome. I got kind of questy with it. And now it's time for a quick Lucis, shall we? I'm not feeling this one. Yeah, now we're talking. Scratch. Yeah. What do we want this fan troll to have? Let's see. Okay, so they got into trapping. They were clearly a hunter, so they probably had some sort of predatory Lucis that trained them to like be good at hunting. She probably had like a, what's her name? That's a damn good question. What is her name? Let's see. So trolls tend to have six letter names. So like, I want to go with the B name. Let's go. Actually, B doesn't sound. I want something like kind of aggressive, sound animalistic sounding. Something like a V tends to have like sort of an aggressive sound to it. Varga. Var has a really aggressive sound to it. I like that. Var. Wow, that was a hideous R, but that's all right. Var. You know what? Yeah, let's go Varga. I like that. Varga. Good Lord. Right with mouse. Hard. Varga. I was gonna say like pedal, like maybe P-E-T, Vargablarg. G-H makes a J sound. No? Could be Varja. Peril. Oh, Peril's not bad. Like peril. Prier. Oh, Prier. It's not terrible. You know what? Let's go with that sounds like Perel. Let's do Peril's a little too easy. Yeah, Perel might be the way. Because otherwise you get something too easy. Peril. Varga Peril. Puerile. Sure. Ta-da, we made a fan troll. Let's make a little, let's make a quick Lucis, shall we? Prayer? That would have been good, actually. That would have been clean. Have you mentioned the 6-letter name rule? I did not. It's not required, I don't think, but I think most people just obey it. For some reason in Homestuck, all of the main humans have 4-letter first names, 6-letter last names. All of the trolls have 6 and 6. Yeah, Purell, like the hand sanitizer. Actually, that's kind of funny. Player would be a great, actually true. All right, let's do our Lucis. So Lucises are always drawn in white and gray. So we'll just do like a gray first, and then I guess I'll just let the negative space be the white. What is a good predator species? So something like a scorpion or snake, but something that hunts actively. It would. Does anything skin things? Hyena's not bad. Panther's not bad. Oh, a mongoose would be interesting. What sets traps? Well, just spiders, really. Originally, Dave Strider's first name was Chad. That checks out. You know what? I got it. I know what I'll do. I'm gonna do like a fucked up vulture. Not a hunter, technically. But you get the idea. And the reason I'm gonna do this is because I've got a backstory lined up already. I'm already way ahead of you. Wait. Do Lucises have no eyes? I can't remember. No, they have eyes. Okay. I was like, wait a minute. Oh, griffin? Yeah, let's do like sort of a griffin vibe going on. He's got like sort of a mane, you know what I mean? And it's got like these big old paws. Oop, 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 oop. Let's give it a bit of a longer neck first, I think. I don't know how to draw a lion, I just realized, but that's all right.
Happy 413, everybody!
Do trolls have mounts? I'm sure some do. Trolls got fucked up half animal, half, you know, creature hybrids constantly. So I don't see why a griffin wouldn't work. Broad chest, big arms. You get the idea, right? Like, it's Griffin. It's Griffin. So, see if we got big old wings. Let's give it big old wings. I'm not going to draw the whole Griffin. Why? Because I don't have to. But also because I think more importantly is understanding what the Lucis is for the sake of how it influenced your character's backstory. And I want to make this thing a little bit more ugly. Let me look up a Skeksis, actually. Let's look up Skeksis. Okay, so let's give it like a little bit of a more defined profile. Now, I don't want this to be a nice Lucis. I do want this Lucis to have traumatized this kid somewhat. So I think that this is maybe... Okay, so here's... While I draw this, I'll tell you a bit about their backstory. I was kind of thinking, like, what makes them so tired and, like, I think just done with shit? And what made this person, like, not like their job as a trapper? Because you think an olive blood would enjoy that job. And what I came to was it would be interesting if they were an animal lover to a degree, or a Lucis lover. You know what I mean? Like, they're like, they don't want to hurt animals. They like animals. So they would, like, as a kid, you know, they would go out and bring back animals. And one of their first, like, core memories was maybe bringing back an animal that their Lucis just kind of ate on the spot. And ever since then, their Lucis has had them go out and hunt, specifically for, like, food for it. But this kid always just wanted a pet or some sort of companion animal. And their Lucis is, like, omnipresent and could definitely hunt for themselves, but chooses not to. But does always, you know, like fly overhead and keep an eye on the kid to make sure that they're hunting when they're supposed to and bringing food back. Kind of a Vriska rehash to a degree, but instead of reacting by becoming a homicidal maniac, they just reacted by becoming very kind of, yes, mom, or like, okay, to society, like do what they're told to do, enact violence when they're told to enact violence. Kind of just became what's the word I'm looking for? Not copacetic. Became complacent as their role as like a killer in society, which started with their Griffin mom and ended with, you know, becoming a trapper on an alien planet. If Vriska actually did nothing wrong, trying to hide a pet from a predator parent is crazy. Yeah, not great. Anyway, yeah, Griffin mom and them are depressed troll adult. Their parent is a literal and figurative vulture. True. Yeah. So there you go. Our funky Griffin that I did not bother finishing. Technically, I think that like most of the time, Lucises are drawn specifically through negative space. So you do like a lot of shading with like the dark grays, and then use that to just kind of inform their, you know, their shapes and shades. Whoops. Whoa. Oh, it's Midnight Crew. Okay, I was like, what is this? No! I paused it. What did I do? Ah, shit. Oh, well, never mind. I skipped it. Sorry. My bad. My tunes! Sorry. Anyway, just work with negative space if you feel like drawing a Lucis. If you don't want to draw a Lucis, you don't have to, but it would be nice to know what your character's Lucis is, because like I said, that influences the way they behave a lot. It's essentially a parent in many ways. So you want to use that to like kind of inform why they are the way they are. And hey, feel free to make your Lucis as fucked up as you want. You've got Lucises that range from like Biclops, two-mouthed cats, giant spiders, literally Cthulhu, except if it screams, it kills everything in the known universe. Seahorse dads, giant bipedal crabmen with pincers for hands that just yell a lot. Lucises are crazy. What's a Lewis? What is that? I've already explained it, Raven D. Void. You'll have to go back in the VOD if you want to figure it out. Yeah, Tinker Bull, which is literally a bull that has fairy wings and is about the size of, like, a butterfly. I'm not kidding. Yeah, legitimately a centaur. So yeah, there you go. Varga Perile. Raised as a olive blood on Alternia by their griffin mom, who probably traumatized them a little bit by eating their first pet they brought home and then realized that they're good at catching animals and had them go out and hunt more animals. And they spent most of their young life doing that until they were conscripted into the Galactic War. They probably were a foot soldier, dominating some random planet and eliminating any sentient species on it, and then were left behind on that planet to help, like, colonize it, essentially, and they spend most of their time catching animals in a grim parody of their childhood and then selling their pelts back to the Empire. And that's how they make their living right now. Boom. Yes, Inkara asked your question. Whack. Yeah, it probably is pray out to ripen, I'm sure. Hey, listen, at least it probably isn't making her, like, cut up other kids to eat, so that's good, I guess. That's an upside, sort of. I didn't get my question. Where's my question? Oh, what class aspect would I make this troll? Shit, I didn't even think about that. Fuck! The bar is, in fact, in hell. Could she have some wives as a treat or something? I don't know, maybe. I haven't made any other fan trolls for her to have, like, quadrants. I don't know. Why were there Lucises on the island that Jake lived on? So, the reason, from what I understand, is that they were genetic clones, essentially, that Jade brought back to that island when she was Jake's grandma. I think. It could also be that Lucises are just like freaks of nature. I don't know for sure. I don't remember that part very well because I don't remember the Alpha Kids very much. Oh, the Condess is why. There you go. Condess. The Condess adopting anyone is kind of weird because it's like, dude, why are you doing that? Like, what a weird parody of human culture, even though you're not human. I forgot to give them eyelashes on this side. It's freaking me out a little bit, so I'm just gonna tend to that real quick. Maybe I'll give them up eyelashes instead. Yeah, let's do up eyelashes instead of down. I like up eyelashes. They're fun. Is that too much eyelashes? I'm giving too much eyelashes. Let's back it up a bit. Take a step back. We want eyelashes, but we don't want to go too crazy. This is still a person living out in the woods, after all. Ah! Oh, I see what I've done wrong. Hold on. I've left myself no space to give eyelashes on this side. There we go. Yeah, sure. I'll take it. It ain't gotta be perfect. I'm alright with it. Anyway, there you go. A fan troll. Some people don't need mascara and have strong-ass eyelashes. That's me, baby. That's me. That's where I go at, except for my purple eyelashes. Those ones are weird. Don't question those ones. So yeah, fashion is function. True. All right, this is the part of the stream where I will now field questions. If you have any, while I think of what this person's class and aspect are. Class-spect for this person. I would say this is a... Let's see. They're pretty submissive to the culture that they belong to, but they're self-competent. Or they're competent, you know, in and of themselves. They have a lot of empathy for animals. Maybe a life player. It would be funny to make them a prince of life or a bard of life. Just passively destroying life around them. Making them a maid of doom could be funny. Blood, true, has to do with bonds. Did I mention troll god tier wings? I did not. So trolls. Okay, let me back up a bit. So god tiers tend to take on the idealized form of whatever species they belong to based on that species' concept of an idealized form. Trolls see fairies as like divine. It's kind of like angels to them, right? So trolls tend to take on translucent, like their blood-colored wings that often are bug wings. Where humans don't take on angel wings, oddly enough. I think it's because none of the main kids are religious. I'm not sure. But they just become like perfectly pristine versions of themselves. All god tiers can fly. All god tiers are granted temporary or sort of conditional immortality, etc., etc., etc. You get the idea. Blood could be cool. How about we roll a die for class and aspect? I think it's more interesting to pick the class spect. Though I guess rolling a die does allow you to allow the class spect to influence the narrative of the character, which is kind of fun in its own right. It means that you're not just like dictating it off the bat, but I do think you could find a really poetic class spect to kind of go along with the narrative the character is supposed to fulfill. This is a character who needs to learn to stand up for themselves, basically, is what it boils down to. It's a character who needs to, like, break out of the confines of the society they find themselves in. So I would say they either need to destroy the confines of the society they're in as, like, a prince or a bard of blood, or they need to uphold some form of freedom or personal expression. So that'd probably be breath in that case. So something like a maid of breath or even creating breath. So, like, a witch of breath would be cool. All god tiers can fly, but not all god tiers have wings. Exactly. Bear trap kind. Trap kind's supposed to go hard, actually. This song is so beautiful. This one, I believe, is, I want to say Nepeta's theme. Requited. Actually, this might be Nepeta's ancestors theme. I think. It's really good. I think they're maybe too complacent to be a witch. Yeah, but I think the point of their aspect is that they're supposed to grow out of that. They're supposed to become something better than what they were. Doom has to do with inevitability and like laying within the confines of your society, or laying within the confines of some rule set, really. It could be society, it could be whatever. Correct me if I'm wrong, but some classes are male-female specific, right? I think they have male-female leanings, technically, but as far as the canon goes, I think they've said that any class could be any gender presenting or vice versa. Do I have a favorite Homestuck song? Maybe Air of Breath. Cascade's really good. Homestuck Anthem's really good. I like Cascade. I already said Cascade. I really like Requited. There's a lot of banger Homestuck music. Blind Prophet, Iron Knight, Optic Blast, Suburban Jungle. A lot of good ones. Air of Grief's good. Megalovania goes hard, yeah. Are Lucis smart and sentient, at least to some extent? Do I understand that correctly? It really depends, and that's the unfortunate truth, is some Lucis are deviously intelligent, like human level intellect or more. Some Lucis are barely above being an animal, and barely see you above being like a cub or like a grub of theirs. And it kind of just luck of the draw which one adopts you. Megalovania, baby. Moonsetter's very good, yeah. Colors and Mayhem has a lot of really good ones, yeah. By now, that song is more Undertale than Homestuck, though. I would say it's always Homestuck, but the reality is it's not even Homestuck originally. It was technically a song that Toby Fox made for a Mother 3 fan game, I think. Goldmage is so good. Goldmage is so good. Goldmage might be my favorite. I'm not sure. Pipe organ kind, let's go. Oh, Atomic Bonsai hits. Atomic Bonsai is so good. Oh, Gold Pilot is a good one. Oh, Gold Pilot's so good. There's so many good ones. There's so many good ones. Maybe Gold Pilot. Maybe that's what I meant when I said Gold Mage. Gold Pilot's so fucking good. Iron Infidel goes hard. There's so many good songs. Anyway, the point is there's a lot of good music in Homestuck. Incredible musicians worked on Homestuck. Check it out. Check it out. How did that happen? The fuck? Check out all the incredible musicians that worked on Homestuck. Please and thank you. Hey, man, I'm trying to move this whole thing over. Why is it making a perfect box? Stop that. I don't want you to be a perfect box. Stop. Why are you holding your box shape? Quit it. What the hell? The Rainbow Road of Homestuck, baby. Rex do a Days of Angeles hits. Yeah. Da baby is you. Didn't Toby sneak that one into the Pokemon game he worked on? Oh, Savior of the Waking World goes so hard. Oh, I love that one. I'll go listen to that right now. I love Savior of the Waking World. Listen to this one. This one goes so hard. There's also a counter piece to this called Savior of the Dreaming Dead. So good. How do I'm trying to make this box not square, and I forgot how to do that. Oh, I see. I figured it out. Never mind. Let's move this up here, and I'll just I'll post this on social media for you, and then you guys can post your fan trolls underneath and tell me a little bit about them. I'll write up a little lore bit about mine. You write up a little lore bit about yours. We'll call it even. How's that sound? Did Toby Fox work on Sword and Shield? Yes, Toby Fox worked on Sword and Shield, and Toby Fox snuck in a Homestuck leitmotif, "Da Baby Is You," for Leon's theme, I believe. Yeah. Yeah, Homestuck's in Pokemon now. God, I love this song. Savior of the Waking World hits so hard, dude. Oh, Battle Tower, sorry. Homestuck is secretly everywhere. It just lurks in the shadows quietly. It had the decency to die off when it was time. No, I'm just kidding. That's not true, because I'll never let it die. I'll keep resuscitating it. I'll keep performing fandom necromancy forever until it's too late. Yum. Didn't Toby work on Homestuck early on, then it was just Andrew? So Toby and Andrew lived together for a little bit, and I believe they were both kind of working on it, but for the most part, it was just Andrew working on it. I'm sure they had conversations about it, because you could see a lot of the blood of Homestuck in the way Undertale and Deltarune are written. I'm sure they have very similar mindsets towards storytelling and subverting like expectations and leading into like popular culture or media for references, but also writing like interesting stories about the difficulty of growing up and stuff like that. But I do not know that Toby Fox has been credited with any of the writing in Homestuck. I just think Toby has contributed music to Homestuck, but I'm sure conversations were probably had. Yes.
Next song, please.
Oh, I see what happened. When I picked a specific song, it said, okay, well, that's the only song you get now. That's okay, actually, because we're actually coming to a close here. I'm going to play Gold Pilot real quick, because I really like Gold Pilot. This one's so good. This is about that guy who got strapped into the ship as an eternal battery forever until he died. This is his little theme song, which is pretty cool. Anyway, I think that's probably it for me. I've been going for about almost 4 hours now, which is too long a VOD for some people. VOD watchers, I'm looking out for you. I got you. VOD watchers, lurkers, big shout out to you guys. So I'm going to post this on social media. I will be posting this on Twitter, YouTube, and Blue Sky. And I'll drop a little bit about their lore and about their Lucis, and maybe you guys could post your fan trolls and we could all be nerds together, and that's cool. Got to go for 4 hours and 13 minutes. That would be kind of funny. That would be kind of fucking funny. Of course, that would mean I'd have to go for another half an hour. That's a lot, dude. What would I wear? You know what I mean? I do, in fact, have a Homestuck playlist. Speaking of, I need to get back to playing Pester Quest at some point. Whoops. I forget where we left off. I think we had just gotten into the first couple trolls. Oh, I could AFK? Okay, you guys stay here. I'm going to AFK for half an hour. This song goes so hard. And for why? For why? Make a fan troll so Varga has a friend? Am I doing anything for 612? I don't know yet. Maybe. Maybe. When are we going to have a Homestuck read-along, huh? I'll read a page of Homestuck for every... no, I'm not going to say that, actually. I changed my mind. I did not say a number. I did not say anything. Nobody heard that. That does not count. Changed my mind entirely. That is not happening. Nope, I didn't say anything. It does not count. That does not count. Thank you very much. You're too kind. No. To be honest, give her a Moirail. She needs one. Look at how depressed she is. Look at how depressed she is. No, Aura. No. But thank you for the chip. 612's your birthday. Happy Carcat Day, chump. Save yourself from a lot. You know, there was a time, actually, where I was designing a tabletop role-playing game that was supposed to be based on the class spec system from Homestuck. And then I realized I got around to trying to design SBurb and SGrub, and it was largely impossible. That is such a personalized narrative to the characters that it is almost inherently reliant on the players designing, which isn't a bad thing. That could be really interesting, actually. It's sort of like a mix between D&D, where the DM holds most of the responsibility for the setting, and a more sort of loose system where you give players a lot of narrative power and sway, which could be fun. Where does one go to read Homestuck? So it used to be the Homestuck website, but currently it's down for some reason. I think it maybe got, I don't know if it got taken down or if it got, like, fucking hit with some sort of IP attack or some shit. There is a downloadable version that was edited by fans to remove most of the slurs that were in Homestuck. There was a lot, because it was a product of its 2000s, 10s, or whatever it was fucking written in, 2006 time. But I don't know if that's downloadable right now either. I'm sure there are people, Ruzeters, who have copies of it, probably. I'm pretty sure I have a copy of it laying around, actually. It also allows you to play Homestuck music while you're reading the webcomic, which is pretty cool. And edits out a few things. But honestly, I think that unless you were incredibly sensitive to those statements or those words, I would say that it is not the worst idea to read it with them, mostly because those are important to the characters themselves. Some characters grow out of saying shit like that. Some characters learn that that was wrong. Some characters don't, and that informs how you view that character. And removing those things kind of, to a degree, softens that character's edges and makes you like them more than you maybe should. But it depends on how you feel. There's also fan readings. There's a YouTube reads Homestuck or some shit like that. That was definitely out there for a while. It's pretty impressive. Some big name, not big names, but some pretty talented voice actors worked on that. I actually, for a while there, I was considering, when I was into Homestuck, I was like, oh, maybe I should try to do that. But I didn't believe I had the chops as a voice person. I still probably don't believe that, but I should have shot my shot. But, one day. For example, okay, so a good example of what I was saying with the slurs thing is Dave Schreider, one of the main characters, the Knight of Time, most people's favorite character. Your favorite characters are probably Dave, Karkat, John, or Terezi, I would imagine. Like, that's like 90% of the fan base, which is fine. I get it. They're all really cool characters. They're also my favorites. Dave Schreider is incredibly homophobic and makes that pretty clear early on in the comic. He also, as it turns out, is homosexual. But he doesn't realize that until way later. He has to go through a journey and become a different person and understand himself. And that takes time and a lot of like introspection and growth. That's just the way it goes, dude. So yeah, he definitely says some pretty mean shit. He makes some, 2006 internet jokes. It is what it is. This is Moonsetter, by the way, the song. Yeah, Karkat's also a real piece of shit, despite being like everybody's favorite. He's a real piece of shit. I do give Karkat a little more leeway, being raised in an inherently xenophobic, hate-filled murder society, where if at any moment it was ever realized who he was or what he was, he would be culled. But doesn't mean it's okay. Moonsetter's so good. Anyway. Aren't Limebloods all irradiated? No, but they are all eradicated for the most part, other than Karkat for some reason. So Limebloods are not allowed to exist anymore. I think that is probably because of the Sufferer or Troll Jesus. I think they were all destroyed afterwards. You're welcome. I like Cronus Emperor. You need to leave right now. You need to leave right now. What do you like, Tagora too? Not Tagora, I'm sorry. What's his name? Fucking Zebra. You like Zebra too? Once again, Homestuck is a story about growing up, and a lot of growing up is growing out of indoctrination or growing out of hate that you learned from generations past. or growing out of like blind acceptance of cultural norms that you've never questioned in your life. It's tough. It's hard to do, man. And that's why a recurring theme and a recurring line is Homestuck is in Homestuck is growing up is hard. Growing up is hard and no one understands. And that's true. Even as adults, I think an interesting story to explore in Homestuck would be to place adults in Esperb, because then you have to confront not only the idea that you need to change and grow as a person, but you're doing it with the very sedimentary mindset of somebody who's like, I'm grown, I know better, I'm smart, I know who I am, but they don't, because most adults have no idea who they are and don't realize that growing is a permanent process that keeps happening forever, no matter what. Most adults are unaware that they still have a lot of growing up to do. So it'd be interesting to watch them be placed into a universal game where they are told they need to keep growing. Not just troll adults, human adults too. This one is Cascade, which is the song that belongs to the animation in Homestuck that was so big, so important to the webcomic that it could not be uploaded because it was too long as a 12-minute and a 13-minute long animation in which so many things happened in the story, and the fan base was so big at that time that they uploaded it to newgrounds.com, and so many people tried to watch it at the same time that it overloaded the website, took it and Homestuck down, and destroyed the internet, baby. The hype was unreal. That was a wild time to be alive. What a time to be alive. The OG internet breaker? Yeah. Smokes my cigarette contemplatively. What is my favorite Flash animation? It's probably Cascade. I mean, come on. I also like the little games they put in Homestuck, like little Flash games you can play where you walk around and talk to people. I really like the one where you're playing as Karkat when Gamzee first goes on his little rampage. Alternia Bound, yeah. Oh, the Gigapause was crazy too, yeah. Oh, Make Her Pay is a really good animation. I always forget about that one. Roy, I am kicking butt. I'm not kicking butt. I'm drawing fan trolls in the year of our Lord, 2025. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? I love the Land of Wind and Shade so much. You thought the song was over? This is only 2 minutes and 40 seconds into a 13-minute song. Fools. That's a W. Thanks. Terezi Remember was a good one. Make Her Pay was also really good, but I don't think you understand the impact of Make Her Pay when you're first reading the comic. Make Her Pay, I feel like, is one of the animations that hits so much harder when you go back and reread Homestuck. I did not care about it when I first saw it. I was like, oh, okay, that's interesting, I guess, whatever. But once you go back and reread Homestuck, it's like, oh, shit. Oh, hey, it's what is that, blood? Is that a, what gloves are those? Is that a rogue of blood? What was that? Thief? Oh God, look at all those belts. Oh no. There was no horns on that one either. That was below the human Ruze. Vriska was your first favorite Homestuck character? All right, you have to leave too. I love that little Haka in his own room. Whoever drew that room, let's go. Let's go, baby. I did not write down the names this time because I was saving so much Homestuck art yesterday. Read Homestuck! Do it! Read Homestuck! Except you can't do it today because the website's down. You're going to have to go find a copy of it. Actually, ask a Ruzator. Just ask the Ruzator. Somebody's got the copy of the original, I'm sure. Or the fan version, I'm sure. It was you, Billin? You fucking crushed it. You did so good on that. It's so clean. Thoughts on Game Over? I don't remember it very well.
I don't know. Good, I guess.
Guys, I don't know if I have another 13 minutes or 23 minutes in me. Oh, God, 20 minutes in me. Oh, maybe I could do it. All right, let's work on something while we're talking. What do I want to work on? Oh, that Shinri piece is so good, too. I love that sort of... You know, one thing I really liked about Homestuck is it kind of popularized and, like, it didn't obviously make that art style of, like, drawing without outlines, just drawing in, like, grays and then, like, letting that be the outline. It did not make that style, but it popularized it. And something about that is super nostalgic to me. I think it's a very fun art style. We're gonna figure out what our class spec is. Let's go with, let's go with... Let's see, we need to do an active class because it's about growth. It's about growing out of your, let's make her like a... Thief of Breath, maybe? Stealing your own freedom? No, that's like taking freedom, though. That's like taking it from someone else. I don't see that. That's not right. I think Breath seems good for her. I like Breath. Breath seems fun. Breath, but let's make her like something active for sure. I think Mage could be fun. Wait, is Witch or Mage the active one? I can't remember. Okay, let's do a Mage of Breath. Let's say Mage of Breath. Mage is active Seer? And what the fuck is Witch? Witch isn't counterpoint to Mage? Sure. Okay. So let's go ahead and say Witch. No, let's go ahead and say Mage. I like Mage. Let's do Mage of Breath. I like Mage of Breath. So about this blood thing, I accidentally cut my finger with a recipe spoon, and now there's red blood everywhere. When do I get my superpower? So here's the thing, Hotch. You were about to get a superpower called Lockjaw. You're not gonna like it very much. It'll be super powerful though. When I cosplayed Nepeta in first year of high school for a Homestuck cosplay group, first year of Homestuck or high school, for a Homestuck cosplay group at a con, we were at least 3 Nepetas, 1 Gamzee. This allowed us to brawl during photo shoots. Homestuck photo shoots were fun. I never actually got to be a part of a Homestuck photo shoot. I was too late to the cosplay scene to do Homestuck cosplays, really. By the time I really ever went to a convention, Homestuck was already dead. Savior of the waking world, let's go. My first ever cosplay was Terezi. Classic. My personal favorite Homestuck-inspired TTRPG is Revenant World. It's set in its own universe where kids go on cosmic adventures to different worlds, but there are tons of references to them. Really? I'll take a look at it later. I typed it in. I'll check it out later. Oh, I do see a bunch of planets. That's pretty cool. Pretty interesting. First cosplay is Gamzee. I think a lot of people's first cosplays were Gamzee. You know what's funny? Spoilers for an ancient webcomic. I don't know how you could not have already gotten spoiled by this. Gamzee is a super chill clown character who eventually goes on a murderous rampage when he stops being high enough to quell his murderous fury. The amount of Gamzee cosplayers and Gamzee stans, or like whatever the fuck you want to call it, people who Oshi'd Gamzee, who were so personally hurt by that. it's kind of funny. I was like, guys, come on, like relax. There are people who just wouldn't believe it. They're like, nope, I stopped reading then. Or people who are like, I don't buy it. I don't believe it. I'm like, that's crazy, man. That's good shit. I can't blame them, but on the other hand, I mean, like, I don't know, dude. Like, all those characters have their problems and their moments to be kind of less than like perfect, and I get like having a character go from a complete turnover from like super chill high dude to the slasher villain is weird and maybe jarring, and maybe, but like to put down the entire narrative because of that is kind of strange to me, unless you just like were only there for that character, which I guess some people were only there for that character. I get it. On the other hand, man, I don't know. Karkat was my favorite, and I watched him get his ass beat by like every single creature in the universe and never once live up to his like heroic nature as the Iron Knight or the Knight of Blood, and that's okay. I just kind of came to understand that that wasn't what his character was about. That's crazy, Vintage Kiddo. You beat that one guy once? Where? When? Karkat's my little guy, bro. He doesn't have to be good at things. He can just be the guy, dude. No, he should be good at things. He's pathetic. Grow up, Karkat. Grow a spine, buddy. Do something useful for once in your life. Come on, man. Yeah, but he never won a fight, is what I'm saying. He definitely pacified a Gamzee, which is, you know, that's a feat. That's cool. Still never won a fight. Damn. That's rough work, bud. That's rough work, bud. I begged my aunt to buy me tab. It's crazy. Oh, God. Homestuck was... Homestuck was crazy. I definitely think I have a... It's weird because for Homestuck, for me, it was a very external viewpoint. Like, I enjoyed Homestuck, but I did not participate in any like Homestuck communities or like fan forums or anything like that. I did some like fan art once in a while, but for the most part, I was pretty distantly enjoying Homestuck, and I really liked it, but I never got to go to conventions because I just couldn't get near one. They were too far away, and I lived out in the boondocks. And I didn't really like join any communities based around Homestuck, so it made it very interesting to hear stories of people who were really, really, really deep in the Homestuck sauce. You know what I mean? Like people who were really deep in the Homestuck sauce. Like buying Fago or Tab or fucking, I don't know, the people who were like really taking it too far, like bringing buckets to conventions and throwing them at people, or taking Sharpie baths or whatever. But it was fun viewing that from the outside looking in. If I'm being honest with you, if I'm looking at myself in a deep, dark, truthful mirror, and I'm like really laying it all out on the line, guys, I think I was jealous. I think I was jealous of people who got that deep in the fandom. There was a part of me that was like, I'm better than that. I'm different. But there was another part of me that was like, damn, dude. Fucking wish it were me. I want some Fago. What's Fago? I want to try that. Better off, to be honest. There's an insane amount of abuse going on in fandom communities and just weird shit. True. And that is the danger of, if you ever have a fan base that is largely based around media that is consumed by children, you very carefully need to understand how that fan base is curated. And not separating that space, at least somewhat, is not a good thing. But that is a discussion for another time. It takes too much nuance to have here. So the point of that, point there being like, hey man, just be careful with how you're like participating in fan bases. What else do I want to hear while I'm here? I'm just gonna pick songs now. Because I can. Ooh, Arisen anew hits. Let me hit Arisen anew. Wait, no, that uses copyrighted audio. Never mind. It does hit though. Wait, does it? No, this one just hits. This is a Radia's theme. I don't know why, but it's good. Kind of jazzy, kind of nice. Orange Fago. I've tried Fago since then. It's okay. It's fine. It's not like incredibly good. It's not incredibly bad. It's fine. It's just, it is what it is. It's mid. I've never tried Tab, I don't think, but honestly, it's probably just another mid-tier soda. It's whatever. Good try, Vintage Kiddo. I think I tried to get people into Homestuck. It just didn't really pan out for me. The most I ever did with Homestuck was I once... Actually, no, that's not true. I did wear a Homestuck cosplay. After Homestuck was already... Wait, no. I wore a Homestuck cosplay once. I went as Dave Strider in school. Someone recognized me. That was weird. I have cosplayed Carcat, yes, but that was way, way after Homestuck was done. Way after Homestuck was done. I thought Fago was a fictional drink. That's funny. That's funny. I think we have a misconception about the rage aspect that's based mostly on a bard. It's really hard to get a good bead on rage, blood, doom, because those things have been very poorly explored. Mostly because the characters that are associated with them either have their own abilities or never make use of their abilities. Or it is unexplored whether or not those abilities are an intersection between the aspect and the character, or just something that character themselves is good at. Yeah. Hell yeah, gamer. Let's go. Woomy. Okay, Hell Scout Aiden, I'll consider it. Let me take a look here. Where is it? No problem.
A member of the Midnight Crew.
This one's really good. I got in Homestuck late, but when the comic was just wrapping up, so I was able to catch up before it ended and had to wait for updates. I got in Homestuck right around the time the Meteor arc was happening, because my older sister was into Homestuck and got me into it. And I remember distinctly, hold on. I remember she was talking to me about it. Oh, when was this? Man, my timeline's all fucked up in my head. Time has become largely a big blur to me. As somebody who's lived for 76 years and then been dead for like a couple hundred. Fuck, I don't remember. Anyway, my older sister got me into it. She was talking about all the characters and stuff, and that piqued my interest. And I remember that night after she was talking to me about it, we went home, and then we sat there and just read all the way up till the Meteor arc, like start to finish, start to update, basically. And then I kept up with it since then, basically. Probably Grim Tuesday. I could see that. Awesome sister moment. Yeah, that was around the time that she got me into fucking Lackadaisy as well. If you don't know that, Lackadaisy is a anthropomorphic cats comic about 1920s Prohibition era America. It's got incredibly detailed and rendered art. It is genuinely insane, the level of detail that goes into it. And the facial expressions that artist draws. Wow! You can say furry oh, it's a furry comic, sure. Yeah, I don't care. I wasn't dodging that, I was just saying words. I heard there's a lackadaisy animation. I think so, yeah. San Luis? You got this, Lavender Lullaby. Draw on paper and pencil. Do it. There's an episode of Lackadaisy. I haven't watched it yet, but I've heard that there is, yeah. Woo! That song's so good.
Make her remember on the midnight crown.
We'll go with Blind Justice Investigation. Hey, Cat. I never understood why the fan base always gave Teresi such a fucking voice. I mean, I guess I get it. That's the character, but it's funny anyway. Possible doom theory. Rather than misfortune, it's limitations and endings. It's possible there might be a connection with the code of Esperb itself. So I think doom is largely law, more so than misfortune. I think doom is the idea of structures, systems, and inevitability. Made her sound like she's actively eating chalk. Ruze, I'm so sorry for my fan troll. I did my best. Don't worry. Actually, let me go ahead and, you know what? While I'm sitting here, I can post this now. There's no rule that says I can't post this now. I've got a whole 3 minutes to cook up a post. So I'll do it real quick, and then we will probably call it a stream. There's nobody to raid, tragically, so I will not be raiding anybody today, but, you know,
You're gonna have to deal with it.
All right, I've got my fan troll locked and loaded in the chamber. I've chambered my fan troll. I will make a quick write-up about them. I will put them over on Twitter real quick. Oh, I almost lost my tab for Revenant World, and I don't want to do that. Yellow chalk for my birthday. Let's go. Okay, hold on. I'm almost done. I'm almost caught up. One sec. Boom. I'm almost done. One sec. Wait, I gotta play another song though. How about Bronze Rebel? That's good. Hell yeah, brother. Almost done. Oh, I gotta time this way. Oh, I have 30 seconds. Okay. Okay, almost caught up. Boom. Okay, here's the post. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Ha! All right, gamers, that's it. Read Homestuck. Thanks for hanging out. I will see you later. I'm going to take you over to the ending of this. We've been live for exactly 4 hours, 13 minutes, and 30 seconds. I'm getting out of here before it's too late. There is nobody to raid, tragically. So go find your own person to watch. Goodbye forever. Thank you. I will talk more about Homestuck some other time. That is it for me. Bye-bye. Bye-bye now. Thanks for hanging out. Don't forget to post your fan troll on my post. Bye! I'll post it on Blue Sky and YouTube in a second.